Well, hello there, everybody. Hi. This is a different angle from what you're used to, right? I said we have a new camera angle, and this right here is it. I'm on the floor today. I have a carpet, and frankly, I don't know. Something feels right about sitting on the floor to play some Sega Genesis. You know? It just feels appropriate. So, hello everybody, this is Quinn Michael from Shaggy Turtle Studio, Channel 14, WMBI TV, where we're on the floor, but still high on retro junk. And this is just a little bit of a Sunday afternoon of playing some Sega Genesis games. And I have my first pick here of what we're going to play. I wonder if I can, First of all, do I even need that lamp? Oh, yeah, I need that lamp. We need that. Okay. There is no way we do the show without this. We need the light that provides. No questions asked. Start placing it down here, maybe? That lighting's just weird, ain't it? Trying to find a good place to put that where it's not reflecting off the TV screen there, because the glare was going to cause a problem. This'll work, I think. Alright, well then. I hope everybody's having a good Sunday. I did dishes. That's what I did. So, part of the reason I wanted to do a Sega stream today was because I picked up a new game while I was at the shop recently. Whoop. Hey! Well, that didn't play for nearly as long as it was supposed to. Chilair? Chilair 1974, thank you for that follow. Very much appreciated. So, yeah. Anyway, I picked up a new game for my Sega Genesis while I was at the game store. You might actually be wondering, hey, why are we doing Mazin Saga again? Shell Ray. Okay, Shell Ray. I'll go with that. Welcome in, though. Welcome in, very much. We are... some of you who've been here before may be wondering, wait, we're doing Mazin Saga again? Didn't you do this like 2 weeks ago? Yeah, I did on an emulator. It's one of my favorite Sega games, but I've never actually owned a cartridge. Until now. I do in fact own a copy of Mazin Saga. It is plugged into our Genesis Model 2 right here, right now. Here's my Genesis controller, and I figured we can start the game off with this one, because again, it's my favorite Sega game, personally. Is it the best one? No, it has a lot of flaws. I definitely wouldn't say this game has wide appeal. It's got some really frustrating moments. I haven't actually been able to finish it yet. The final couple of bosses are really cheap. But I don't plan to play this all day, because this is just going to be like a variety stream. I actually have more of my Genesis games right over here on the floor. And before I even start, why don't we go over what I have? We'll start with what's over here in the boxes. I have 2 box Genesis games, which is Williams' Greatest Arcade Hits, which is a 5-game collection of old 80s arcade games. We got Robotron, Defender, Joust, Defender 2, and Sinistar. Good games. I'm a big fan of Joust myself. That's one of my favorite arcade games from when I was little. We have NHL 94. which I actually haven't played a lot. I got it for really cheap. I know it's considered one of the best games on the Genesis, especially like in terms of like multiplayer stuff. Whoa! Welcome in, Hobo Films. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the current new angle we're going with. Sinistar's terrifying. It is, man. That game freaked me out as a kid. Let's see, what else do we have here? Well, we have 2 more unlicensed Genesis cartridges. Because these ones are with the weirder things. Right here we have one of those weird-looking EA carts. This is Lotus 2 Race Environment Construction System, which is a little bit of a janky racing game, but it's cool. We have that. And, of course, I have the Genesis version of Double Dragon, which isn't the most popular version, but I personally like it. Let me see here. What else do we got here? We have a couple of anime tie-ins with Last Battle and Mystic Defender. Last Battle is a Fist of the North Star game that got localized and had the violence removed, unfortunately. Kinda janky, but I still like Last Battle, so I'm happy to have that one. And Mystic Defender is an adaptation of an anime known as Kujakuo, or Peacock King, depending on who you ask. It has had 2 anime adaptations, I believe, several video games, and a live-action adaptation by the guy who made Ricky O. Mystic Defender is a really fun running gun, by the way, so we'll probably play that today if we have the time. I like that one. I have some sports games, obviously, because can you really have a Genesis collection without having some sports games? And right here we have Pat Riley Basketball, which is very similar to Konami's Double Dribble. It's a fun one. Joe Montana's Sports Talk Football, which I have to admit, I didn't buy this one. My dad did. I haven't been able to get into it much. If you guys want to see me play it on here, we can do that for a bit, but it's football. And if I'm going to play football, I have 2 other Sega Genesis games that are way more worth playing with super high impact, which is sort of like the NBA Jam version of football, but it came up before NBA Jam was even a thing. Super High Impact is great. I love that one. But of course, probably the best Genesis football game is Tecmo Super Bowl, which, yeah, this one rules. Me and my brother play it against each other. We used to do it fairly regularly. We haven't played it recently, but it's always a fun one. We have a couple of Capcom Genesis ports here. I have Street Fighter II Special Champion Edition, which is, I would say, one of the best ports of regular Street Fighter II, like from the original line of Street Fighter II before Super. I would say this is actually better than any of the Super Nintendo ports, if I'm honest, or at least I like it better. Special Champion Edition is awesome. And then we have a pair of early Capcom ports with Forgotten World, which is a shmup, and Mercs, which is a top-down running gun. Mercs is actually the sequel to Capcom's Commando. Those are both awesome. I would love to play those today. Oh yeah, 2 more sports games. Well, I guess Championship Pro-Am's kind of sports. This is a racing game made by Rareware. I have the NES version of RC Pro-Am as well. The Genesis version is basically still the same game, but it's a lot of fun. And NBA Jam Tournament Edition, because why would I not have an NBA Jam game? I actually have the original NBA Jam on the Super Nintendo, but when I found this for like $8, with it's a Tournament Edition, the cartridge isn't in the best shape, unfortunately. Let me try to get this up here a little closer. You can kind of see it's got a weird stain on it, but it was $8. I wasn't going to pass that up. Game works perfectly. Here we have my very first Genesis game I got when I started collecting these, when I got my Sega Genesis a couple... Oh man, it wasn't even a couple years ago. It was a while ago now at this point. But we have Jurassic Park, which is a fun one. We'll probably boot that up at least once today. We have here Target Earth, which is a mech game. If any of you are familiar with Cybernator on the Super Nintendo, this is part of the same series. This is part of the same series right here. It's the prequel, Target Earth. It's a little jankier than Cybernator, but it's fun. I'll probably play that today. There's a lot of games to get through here. I don't know if we'll get through all of them. Especially since I also have the Genesis 6-pack, which comes with Sonic the Hedgehog, Streets of Rage, Revenge of Shinobi, Golden Axe, Columns, and Super Hang-On. Some good stuff. So yeah, I have a solid, it's a small but solid Genesis collection. We'll probably play at least a few of these today. Because again, I feel like doing a Genesis game stream. How much did I get Mazin Saga for? An embarrassing money. It wasn't like... Okay. You guys know me for usually being a cheapskate, right? Like, let's look at some of these real quick. That still have their price tags on them. I got Tournament Edition for $8. I got the Genesis 6-pack for $10. I got RC Pro-Am for $6. Let's see, do any of the other ones still have their tags on them? Street Fighter was $6. Tecmo Super Bowl, $6. Super High Impact, $2. Let me look here. Are there any other prices on them? Last Battle, oddly enough, well, it still has some of these stickers on it, does not have a price sticker. Neither does Mystic Defender or Double Dragon. I don't see one on Lotus. Oh, on the back, Lotus has a price tag for $1. I got NHL 94 in the box for $2. Midway, the Williams Arcade Hits for $7. So, I'm usually a cheapskate, right? I think the most expensive I got here in this collection was when I picked up Target Earth, which was like, I don't know, $20? Yeah, Target Earth was a $20 game. I paid $54 for Mazin Saga. Why would I pay that much for a game when I'm normally a cheapskate? Because I love this game. And I've always wanted a cartridge of it, and I've been keeping an eye out for one for a few years. Could I have ordered it online and maybe found it for, I don't know, $40 Maybe if I kept an eye out, yeah. But I hate shopping online. Not a single one of these Genesis games is something I bought online. I bought these all at local shops. And I love going out to my local shops and shopping there. Those are what I prefer to do. I like buying my games IRL. I hate shopping online. But yeah, I spent, this is the most expensive Genesis game I have as far as what I've spent for it. And I don't regret it at all. Was it an impulse decision when you saw it? You just had to get it home? Yeah, partially. I've been looking for this for a couple of years now. Like, I've been wanting a cartridge. And I basically told myself, the next time I see it, I'm gonna buy it. Like, I just decided, like, we're gonna do that. I was not expecting to go into the shop last week and see it there. Alright? And I especially wasn't expecting to see it there when I had already walked into the store and found a copy of Persona 3 FES for $40. I was intending to just pick this up, but then I walked over by the Genesis case, and Mazin Saga was staring at me. It's a good thing I had just gotten paid for doing a job. It's a good thing I had just done that. So I actually had the money to spend for once in my life. As a result, I'm not broke, thankfully. I still have plenty of money in my wallet, but I'm not going out and spending anything else soon. That said, while I normally hate spending that much on stuff, between Persona 3 and Mazin Saga, I mean, you know, it's not like I wasn't spending for quality here, you know? And maybe once in a while it's good to indulge, because I don't usually. A lot of my collection, from everything I've bought on the Genesis, my NES games, my Super Nintendo games, I buy a lot of things at as cheap of a price as I can find. I'll buy a lot of games that people would just pass by. Like, that's part of how I got into getting sports games, is that sports games are always really cheap. And a lot of people pass them up because they assume that, oh, these are sports games and they're going to be either terrible or only for, like, sports fans, right? I have gone through the trouble of figuring out which sports games are actually worth picking up. As a matter of fact, my local shop actually had several games that I'd been looking for, but I'd already bought elsewhere, and I was kind of laughing at myself and like, oh, now you have them. Now that I've got them in my collection, I see both of them. Because two of my favorite Super Nintendo sports games are Ken Griffey Jr. Major League Baseball, which my local shop did not have for the longest time, and I wound up picking up at another shop that doesn't even exist anymore. And NBA Give and Go. Although, with NBA Give and Go, I got that one as a Christmas present, and it's in the box. It's my only boxed Super Nintendo game is NBA Give and Go, and that's my favorite sports game, so, like, I'm cool having that be my only boxed Super Nintendo game, especially when it was complete in box for $30. Not new, it was open, it was used, but it was in the box, complete, instruction booklets, advertisements, everything. So that's one of my other favorite things. A lot of my favorite games are a little bit of weird picks. Speaking of weird picks, Mazen Saga. Some of you might be familiar with Mazinger Z, the Super Robot. 1972 kind of kickstarted the whole Super Robot genre. It wasn't necessarily the first, because before that you had stuff like Tetsujin 28, which some of you might know as Gigantor, black and white era TV, or Giant Robo, which we got over here as Johnny Sacco and his Flying Robot, which I have actually seen some episodes of. Very charming show. But Mazinger was kind of the first Super Robot in the idea that it was a piloted mecha. You actually had the hero piloting it from a little vehicle inside the robot's head. And the robot also had a lot of outright superpowers. It could shoot its fists as rockets. It could launch a ray of light from its chest to melt enemies. It could shoot out hurricanes from its mouth that caused enemies to rust and wither away. It could shoot missiles from its forearms. I'm sure I'm forgetting at least a few abilities, frankly. It was kind of the first to really do that, and it's where a whole genre got its start. If you like some sort of weird super robot, especially in terms of anime, it wouldn't exist without Mazinger. Good example, Voltron. I'm sure at least a few of you in my chat know Voltron. You love Voltron. I love Voltron too. I have the full series, actually. Yeah, that wouldn't exist without Mazinger. Actually, you know what? You want to go even further? You might think, well, at least we might have Robotech or Gundam. No, you wouldn't. You would not have Gundam without Mazinger. You would not have Robotech Macross without Mazinger. You would not have Transformers without Mazinger. All of this stuff would not exist without this robot. However, this game from 1993 is not based off of the original 1972 Mazinger. This is based off of a reinvention from the 90s that the mangaka Go Nagai, the original creator, by the way, decided to create as a more adult reinvention of Mazinger, meshing in elements from his very popular Devilman series as well. It's a very dark, very violent manga. A lot of brutal shit happens. People die horrifically. The entire concept has been changed because in this, Mazinger is not a super robot. Instead of a giant robot, the main character Koji Kabuto becomes the owner of a mystical suit of armor. It's like a bio armor almost, kind of like the Guyver. And this thing has crazy powers, like almost god level powers. And in his first time using it, he sees some horrible shit happening to his girlfriend and winds up losing control over the armor. And the armor basically becomes like a demon and destroys the Earth. Like, he triggers an apocalypse that leads to World War III. The Earth is left uninhabitable, and what's left of humanity flees to Mars. That's how Mazen Saga opens. This video game changes a lot. You guys have been seeing the text crawl here the entire time I've been yammering away. While the video game is based off of the manga, well, not based, it's licensed from the manga, it is a officially licensed Mazen Saga game based off of this concept. It takes the story and really simplifies it so that instead of it being this really dark post-apocalyptic tale, instead it's it's set on Earth. The apocalypse was not caused by Koji himself, it was caused by series mainstay villain Dr. Hell, or in this series, God Kaiser Hell. Fun fact, in the manga, God Kaiser Hell is a scientist living on Mars who discovered demons on Mars, like frozen in the ice, kind of like the way Devilman and the demons were frozen in ice in that series. Yeah, he discovers demons on Mars and awakens them and augments them mechanically, turning them into like cyber demons for his army. And Koji, feeling extreme guilt over what he did to the Earth, because, yeah, you ended human civilization, dude, decides to take up a vow to defend what's left of humanity on Mars from the encroaching Dr. Hell. The unfortunate fact is that Mazin Saga is an unfinished story. It ceased publication in 1998 with no ending, and quite annoyingly, it ended right after a massive tease where we're introduced to God Kaiser Hell's grandson, who turns out to be none other than Akira Fudo from Devilman. And he is gifted an armor set to match Mazinger, and it's the Devilman X armor is what it's called, and it turns him into Devilman. So the manga ended right when it was teasing a Mazinger versus Devilman fight that we never got. And technically speaking, the series is on hiatus. But it's been on hiatus since 1998. We are not getting a conclusion to this story, which is very disappointing. Anyway, as we just established, this game really doesn't take much of the manga's story, but it's still cool, so why don't we jump into it now? We'll see how far I can get on this, and once we get game over, I'll switch games, because I'm not going to want to play this again after game over, so let's jump into it. Round 1 versus Karate K7 in Tokyo, 1999 July. Because of course it takes place in 1999, that's when the world ended, remember? I remember when the world ended in 1999, I was there. Gotta get some of that prophecy of Nostradamus in there, you know? Which Japan was kind of obsessed with, if you go and look at it. Alright, so this is a very fast-paced beat-em-up. Everything moves at a very quick pace. The enemies are super aggressive. And high damage. Like, this game does not screw around in terms of damage. You can just lose your entire health bar in a matter of seconds. It's not an easy game at all. It's actually very difficult. But on the flip side, while you can lose your health bar in a matter of seconds, most enemies only take like 3 or 4 hits to take down, which is very handy. What year did this game come out? This was 1993. This was developed by Almanac Corporation. I think it was Almanac Corporation. It was Almanac something. They're not a very well-known company, but they developed a few games that you may or may not have heard of. For example, there's a kind of obscure, but, how do I phrase it? It's one of those Super Nintendo games where if you're into Super Nintendo collecting, you know about it purely because of its price tag. It's a little game published by Enix called, Evo, The Search for Eden. That was them. They also did the, PC-98 prequel to that, which was, I forgot what that was called, but yeah. So they did the Evo series. They were also responsible for the Wonder Project J series, which was Wonder Project J on the Super Nintendo and Wonder Project J2 on the N64, which were kind of like life sims where you're raising like a robot child. It's a little weird to describe, but it's there. They were also responsible for Shin Neketsu Koha Kunio Tachi no Banka, which is it was the final Super Nintendo Kunio game. A really good beat-em-up that I have played on here before. It's probably more well-known now by its English title of River City Girls Zero, as much as I hate that title. Yeah, that was them, and that game's really fun as well. Pretty difficult, too, so, you know, they keep up that track record. And then there's one other game they made that I find significant in this equation, which is the Sega 32X fighting game, Cosmic Carnage. And I'm not going to sit here and claim that Cosmic Carnage is a good game, but I do like Cosmic Carnage. I find it to be very funny. Come on. Why is he... Oh, there he is. Cosmic Carnage, though, I'll go over why I find that one significant to this game once we get to the boss. Because, yeah, I don't know if anybody here besides me is familiar with Cosmic Carnage, but if you go and look up footage of that game right now and kind of look at how it looks in motion, then wait till we get to the boss. That said, between everything I've listed off here, it feels to me like one of Almanac's greatest strengths is actually their sprite animation. I mean, you're seeing the sprite animation in motion right now. Everything in this game is very well animated. It moves at a very quick pace. That's actually something that's kind of a double-edged sword. Sometimes when a game moves at a quick pace, it can feel kind of janky if the animation isn't matching it. Here, though, the sprite animation is perfectly smooth in a way that makes the action feel very quick and snappy, which I very much appreciate. There we go. One other thing to note is that while your health bar can be drained, as long as you make it to the next scene, your health bar gets refilled. Kind of like Double Dragon 1 on the NES. So, oftentimes you just have to try to survive long enough to get your health refill. Look at the background here. This game is a nice looking game. Especially as a 1993 Sega Genesis game. Like, it looks nice. Maybe you'd prefer your sprites to be a little bigger, but honestly, I don't mind them being this small when they animate this well. There are a few criticisms one could levy at this game. One is that I know a lot of people prefer their beat-em-ups to be multiplayer. I get that, I do too, and this is not a multiplayer game, this is single player only, but given that it's licensed from Mazinger, I don't know what they could have done. Because it's licensed from Mazin Saga specifically, and in that story, Koji doesn't necessarily go it alone, but none of his allies really have any abilities that quite match him in terms of what he can do. Even though in this game, a lot of his powers are stripped away, really all Koji has in this game is the Mazinger Blade. He doesn't have any sort of, like, special laser blasts or anything. Although, I don't remember exactly what sort of superpowers he has in Mazin Saga. I'd have to look that up. And, unfortunately, Mazin Saga does not have a full English translation. The English translation that's out there only translates the opening chapters. There is a full Italian translation of all 6 volumes. So I don't know if you can somehow read Italian, then you can read the whole thing. I think it's in Italian. I forget exactly. It's been a while since I looked at it, but yeah, there's a full translation of it in some other language, but no English translation, unfortunately. As much as I would like there to be one. Another good thing about this game is actually the variety of moves you have. Because you have like this 3-combo hit. You also have this fun stabby move you do by hammering the button. If you run, and yeah, you can run in this game, which is always a nice feature to have in any beat-em-up. Being able to dash is always appreciated. But if you dash, then jump and attack, you do that really fun rolling slash. Although this down stab you do just by jumping and pressing down and attack seems to do more damage than the rolling slash. At least by my experience. So yeah, you got a decent spread of moves to experiment with, and all of them can be useful. Now we're here at the boss fight, and as you can see, this has changed perspectives a bit. Because one of the abilities of the Mazinger in the manga is that it can grow size. It can like change sizes. You can go from being human-sized to gigantic to fight bigger monsters. Kind of like Ultraman, in a way, which is fun. Or if you want to make the Guyver comparison, because, yeah, there are plenty of Guyver comparisons to make with Mazin Saga, you could also point at Guyver Gigantic, which is the massive, like humongous mecha form of Guyver from later in the manga, which only got adapted into animation once during the 2000s adaptation of Guyver. And Guyver, by the way, for people who aren't aware, Bio Booster Armor Guyver is actually not finished either. That series never reached its end, and I believe it's on a hiatus currently, so... yeah, I don't know if that one's ever actually going to be finished, frankly. Speaking of Guyver, why were there never any Guyver video games? I feel like that totally could have happened, and it would have been fun. But there's just not any out there that I'm aware of. There are certainly video games I can point at that I think took inspiration from Guyver. I believe that Street Fighter 2010 actually owes a bit to Guyver. There's even some monster designs in it that I feel are just straight up stolen from the Zoanoids. But, yeah. Also, one of the reasons I'm on the floor today is because, my legs have been kind of hurting. I'm having some joint pain. I've actually got this leg in a brace here. Might actually want to adjust it and make it a little tighter, honestly. Round 2 versus Slughead in India. This is one of the cool things about this game. Now that we're out of the Tokyo stage, which is kind of your average-looking Tokyo stage, we start traveling around the world. Each level takes place in a different location around the world. And each one has been affected somehow by the apocalyptic conditions. So here we have India frozen over. And it's a really cool way to do each of the stages, because you travel around to familiar world locations, but they've all been altered by the condition of the Earth. We'll go over each of them as we get to them, but I really like the India stage being frozen. I think that's just a cool way to reinvent something a little familiar, you know? Now this stage is where we start getting introduced to some of the more annoying enemies of the game. These motorbike guys, they only take one hit to kill. You just kind of gotta jump and hit them at the right time. But the way they come out of nowhere suddenly can be aggravating. Especially when it comes to them being mixed with certain other enemies, like the fire soldiers. This guy right here. Yeah, these guys are annoying because they can hit you from a fair space away. And they will always try to stay out of range. So you gotta figure out some way to close the distance, you know? There is one more ability I haven't been using much because I haven't felt like I've had to yet. And that is the usual beat 'em up, get off me attack, you know, where you do something that hits all around you, right? You all know that sort of thing. Yeah, that's in this game too. It drains your health, like in a lot of beat 'em ups, which I know is something people will like to criticize, and I get it. It's annoying to have a really powerful move but not want to use it because you'll hurt yourself using it. But the general idea there is that you use that attack in a situation where you would be losing a lot of health anyway. Like, if the enemies are just mobbing you and you're going to lose a lot of health, you want to use that to get them all off you and regroup, you know? It's a bit of a risk versus reward type of thing. I still don't use it very often, but it's there if you need it. Another criticism I can kind of leverage in this game is that there are health pickups, but, man, the health pickups don't restore crap, man. Like, it's not worth it. Yeah, see, right here. Here's some enemies that are annoying to fight together in a group. All of them have attacks that can hit you from range. And they will just try to flank you constantly. There's a good chance you're going to lose a lot of health against these guys if you're not a little bit aggressive like that. Alright, here we go. These guys are a little annoying until you kind of figure them out. One of the best strategies here is actually just stand here and spam your what would you even call that? Your 100 stab move? Because they will just go right into it. But their attack is a little annoying because they lurch forward as like a blob. And it goes a little bit farther than you would expect, so it's a little hard to get the spacing down on that. But yeah, as you guys can see, this game cuts a really quick pace. Which is something I always like seeing in a beat-em-up. There are beat-em-ups that work with slower paces. I mean, that's literally entirely Double Dragon. Double Dragon has a very slow, methodical pace. This, though, is both methodical and very quick. Like, the only reason I'm doing as well as I'm doing right now is because I've been playing this a lot the last couple days. Ow. I'm kind of amazed I haven't lost a life yet. I'm expecting to very soon. Of course, who knows? Maybe I'll get an extra life before that. Because you get your first extra life at, like, 10,000 points or something like that. 100,000, I forget. And then you get the next one at 3, and then you get another extra life at 7. So, yeah, right here, I'm probably going to lose a life. That, oh, man. Oh. And just when we reach the boss, too, which is this giant cannon statue. Fuck. Yeah, it's a weird animate statue of the goddess Kanan. I think that's how you pronounce it. There we go. Got it. And now on to our boss, Slughead. Now, as a Mazinger fan, I do have to say there is a criticism I can make here where a lot of the bosses you end up fighting here don't seem to be iconic Mazinger enemies. Garada K7 in the first stage is the only one I can think of. And I don't know if that's because a lot of more iconic Mazinger enemies don't appear in Mazin Saga, or if that's, like, a decision on the game's part. Anyway. I will say, though, these parts here, these boss fights, these are one of the more commonly criticized parts of the game. And it's because they are a bit janky. They do not play like a fight. Like, if you're looking at this thing and this is going to play like Street Fighter 2, no, it does not. Do not try to play it like Street Fighter 2. You have 3 buttons, obviously. One is for blocking, one is for attacking, and one is for jumping. It does not play like a fighting game. Do not try to play it like a fighting game. You will lose. Now, that said, every enemy in the game does have some sort of strategy that works on it. There's a certain level of timing that comes to certain things. You should always be ready to hold your... You should always be ready to press the block button. Like, straight up. There is never an instance where pushing the block button is not a good idea. Like, if you're not prepared to strike somewhere, you should absolutely be holding down the block button. Now, unfortunately, the enemies themselves are also pretty defensive. They'll block a lot, too. And it can be difficult to get in on them, so it's a little hard. But still fun. Hey, Jagos. It only took 1 life. It's like playing Warframe that did a fighting game. It wasn't jank. The folks didn't learn how to make a fighting game, but still points for any time made. You just came in... came in and immediately started swinging. Well, I'm saying you're actually defending the game. This is my favorite Sega Genesis game, actually. I don't think they were trying to make a fighting game, frankly. In a traditional sense. They wanted to have, like, the weight and impact of 2 giants fighting, which is a very iconic part of Mazinger. So they made more of an action game. And here's the funny thing, Jagos. These folks did make another fighting game. Was it a good one? I think that's up to the individual to decide because I like the game, but I don't know if I'd call it a good game. Because these folks went on to make the Sega 32X fighting game Cosmic Carnage. Which, when you hear that, and you look at how some of the sprites in Cosmic Carnage animate, and you look at how some of the sprites in this game animate, that makes perfect sense. I would play Cosmic Carnage for y'all, but I don't have a Sega 32X or a copy of Cosmic Carnage to play. Man, I wish I'd been collecting Sega Genesis games when I was a kid. I could have gotten a 32X for dirt cheap. I saw that shit sitting in the... Not just one of them. I saw 2 Sega 32X that were in fine condition sitting around in a fucking Salvation Army for like $2 when I was a kid. I remember this distinctly. I remember laughing because there were Sega 32Xs here, because nobody wanted them, because they were garbage. Now that I'm an adult collector with money to spend, man, 32X, I should have grabbed one. Because there are actually some great games on the 32X. I will not stand for this idea that all the games are garbage. Was the idea of the 32X stupid? Absolutely. Absolutely. Were there some fun games released for the 32X? Absolutely. I believe that the existence of Shadow Squadron alone justifies the existence of the 32X. There's also Dark Side, Metalhead, Star Wars Arcade. Cosmic Carnage, I don't know if I'd call it a good game, but I'm happy it exists. Calibri's another good one. Like, there's some garbage on there, yeah, but there's also some pretty good stuff. The 32X port of Virtua Fighter is just really cool to see. This is one of my favorite set pieces of the game. I love this part. It's a little annoying because it's kind of trial and error, but I also think it's pretty cool. Especially once you've played it enough to learn how to get through here. Some might say it's bad game design to have a level that's dependent on memorization like that. I don't really mind. That makes sense. You remember when it was expensive? Don't get me started on it. It was 32X and Sega 30 to make the Genesis kind of loaded a bit. It was people have made comparisons to it looking like it's on life support, and I don't disagree with that. It was an attempt to try to keep the Genesis relevant, specifically in response to the Super Nintendo. Because you gotta remember, when the Genesis first launched, it was not competing with the Super Nintendo. It was competing with the NES. And when it comes to that competition, yeah, the Genesis is going to win that without even trying, you know? But then Nintendo comes out with the Super Nintendo, and suddenly the Genesis has viable competition. So Sega was trying desperately to keep it relevant through the use of the CD add-on, because, yeah, CDs had a lot of extra storage space to let you do things that cartridges won't let you do. It was not a bad idea to try and make a Sega CD, okay? What was a bad idea was how a lot of people ended up using the CD format. Mostly for FMVs and whatnot, because it was all about them graphics, man. Look at how realistic our games are. A tactic that still plagues the game industry to this day, you know? But there were also some really good Sega CD games that actually made good use of the hardware. I think Lunar is actually a great example, just because that was an RPG that took advantage of the Sega CD to increase its cinematic, like, scope. Which is really, really cool to see. Being able to add voices and animated cutscenes, that really helps flesh out the RPG, you know? A lot of RPGs now use that sort of thing. There we go. Stabbed him right in his Nike. If they had left the 32X and gone on the Sega Saturn, yeah, the 32X was more of a mistake. That was a really desperate attempt to be a stopgap while they were trying to wait for the next thing to come. To be fair, though, the Sega Saturn had its own big issue, which was the boneheaded decision to surprise launch it. To not tell people the Sega Saturn was coming, and to just be like, it's here, go out and buy it. Yeah, that was possibly the stupidest decision Sega made in their entire American career. That idea of let's just drop it and people will buy it because it's Sega. That sort of overconfidence is what kills companies. Never throw caution to the wind. Ever. I know, like, who dares wins, right? Like, you know, that saying. But throwing out all caution and just assuming you'll be successful because you're Sega, that was the sort of thing that led to Sega's failure. This boss used to give me so much trouble. That charge attack used to drive me insane. Wasn't Sega CD difficult to program games for? I don't remember anybody ever saying it was difficult to program games for. The Saturn was difficult to program games for. Alright, Buster Claw in New York. I'm going to pause the game here for a second, because I'm going to gush about the New York stage, but I want to actually engage on this conversation real quick. They had bangers like Lunar and Popful Mail. Sega of America and Sega of Japan were truly beefing, and that had been there since the 80s with the Master System. Either consoles or arcade sections beefing or something. Yeah, no, there was a lot of beef going on between both sides of the companies. That is a fact. And yeah, I think it was the Saturn you're remembering, because the Saturn was notoriously difficult to program for. It had very strange architecture. The CD, I don't think was that difficult to program for, just looking at the amount of games that were released for it. It was a pretty hefty add-on. There's a good number of Japan-exclusive games you can find for it, too. I like the Sega 30... I like the Sega CD a lot, actually. I think it's cool. I don't own a ton of games for it, because I don't have a Sega CD. But, I do own one Sega CD game. It's Eternal Champions, Challenge from the Dark Side. I do not have a Sega CD to play this. I usually play it using my computer and an emulator to run the disc on. I would love a Sega CD, but, like, man, I don't have the money for that. I'd love to get a 32X and a Sega CD. I genuinely would. I would absolutely hook both of those up, and we would play all sorts of games on them. I would not have any objections to that, aside from the price. The price tag is my only objection. Saturn was expensive, yep. If they had... There were a few things Sega really should have done. They should have not bothered with the 32X, or made the 32X its own system, because that was the original plan. They were going to make what was called the Sega Neptune, which was a standalone system. Like a 32-bit system. But, didn't work. Hold on. It did not work. It was problems. Right? You have a big family, so different families do different things. You had an SNES, you got to play Sega games with your uncle, and even had a TGX at one point. Nice. My dad had a Sega CDX. He sold it when I was still a kid. I sometimes wonder if he regrets that, knowing how expensive that thing was now. Like Sega 32X, Sega CDX is totally in demand amongst the Sega collecting community. It's a console people want. Man, I wish we still had it. That would have made collecting stuff way easier. But you live and learn, right? You live and learn. Back to the game here. I love the New York stage, because in the apocalyptic world of this game, India was frozen over. Europe, specifically France, it seems, with the Arc of Triumph and the Eiffel Tower in the background of that last stage. Europe was turned into a desert. And here, New York has been transformed into the toxic jungle from Nausicaa. And if you don't believe me, wait till you see the next screen. Because, yeah, this is so directly Nausicaa. I mean, look at those bugs flying around. You can't tell me those weren't inspired by the Ohm from Nausicaa. Like, those are the same thing. Now the enemies are trying to flank me. Not the only video game I'm aware of that took some inspiration from Nausicaa either. Namco's Baraduke took some inspiration. Love Baraduke. Love Namco games, usually. I think Namco makes some good shit. Especially love looking at their more obscure stuff that a lot of people in the West don't know about. These robed guys are annoying. There we go. Got through there without losing a life. Hell yeah. Yeah, here you go. Look at this. This is just the toxic force from Nausicaa. I love it. This is apparently in New York in this game's world. And once again, I have to say, this game's a damn looker. Look at how nice this looks. Like, yeah, again, you can make the argument that the sprites should have been bigger in the beat-em-up sections, but, there it goes. There's a life. You could make the argument that the sprites should have been bigger because they're not that impressive, but I don't care because these tiny sprites are so well animated. Like, sometimes you don't need big, beefy sprites, especially when your tiny sprites are animated like this. And then, you know, you have all the background details. This game has a really nice visual identity, you know? Ah, fuck. Yeah, this part's difficult. You can lose a lot of life here. There we go. Alright, almost to the end. Hey, Digital Dak, welcome in. Okay. We're in the final part of the New York stage, running through a subway system, being chased by a giant plant thing. These fire soldiers are everywhere. They're mostly here as a nuisance. Don't bother trying to fight them. Alright, and now we come to our boss, Buster Claw. And you really just want to try to take a running leap and hit him with that rolling slash. This guy also reminds me of a boss from Street Fighter 2010. Damn. I think I can get him before he kills me, thankfully. Yep, there we go. Alright, on to the boss. This is actually a fairly difficult boss. But there's still a decent strategy to take him out. These jumping slashes are always a nice way to land a hit, but they don't do a ton of damage. What does a fair bit of damage is hitting them with this backslash here. But the timing on it can be really difficult. Yeah, see? Ugh. Yeah, we might actually lose a life on this boss. Fuck. Bosses in this game are pretty defensive for the most part. Yeah, see? They will frequently just crouch and block in the corner. You gotta kind of trick them into attacking. Ah! That was the wrong button. I did not mean to hit block there. Ah, missed. Ah! Yeah, the timing on getting that strike in is very particular. If you don't make it, you will probably take that hit and die. Ah, it was a valiant effort. Oh, man. Okay. He's too close. Ah! Yeah, see? That back strike does way more damage than your regular hits. It's just very difficult to get it in. so you're kind of just chipping away at the enemy health. There you go, see? That was a good strike. Ugh. It's too close. Ah, I don't want to be in the corner. That's a bad place to be. Well, so this game is a big believer in chip damage for thee, not for me. Because you take chip damage, but I swear the bosses don't, or whatever chip damage they take is, like, so insignificant. There we go! Nice! Oh, man. You don't have a ton of moves, but the few that you have all have very specific uses. If you recognize those brief moments where you can use them, you can capitalize. Round 5 versus Negative Mazinger in Egypt. Egypt doesn't look quite as apocalyptic. I actually think that this Egypt stage might have been repurposed from an earlier version of the game where you were actually supposed to be on Mars, just based on a few spots. Like, okay, this spot, you have the pyramid in the background, you know, but you also have that very modern-looking cityscape. This is also easily the hardest level of the game, unsurprisingly. Ah, fuck. And then we have these female soldiers who look kind of like Aphrodite A, although I'm actually unsure. I'm sure there's some sort of enemy from the manga, but given that the manga is not fully translated, it's not like I'm intimately familiar with all of its intricacies. Oh, we are almost having another one-up. Feck. Ah! Come on. No, don't bite it. No! Ah, damn it. Well, there's our first continue down. Dang it, that was right at the end of the stage, too. If we'd survived that, we would have been able to move on. That went terribly. Whew. Oh, fuck you. Dumb little shit. Hmm. Back. Yeah, this part right here, this doesn't look like it's supposed to be an Egypt stage. You know? It's a very cyberpunk-looking background. With the people, like, standing around those neon-lit buildings and whatnot. Damn, see what I mean? This last stage is brutal. They throw some of the most diabolical combinations of enemies in this stage. Ugh. Alright. Now we have a negative Mazinger trying to stomp us. It is really cool they try to sell the scale of the enemies with some of these fights. Like you're not just fighting like regular guys, you're fighting giants. There we go, okay. Almost done with the stage. And we're gonna need every last life for the last boss. Because, yeah, he's tough. There we go. This stage 2, by the way, this is another one where I point at and go, this almost looks like it was supposed to be a stage set on Mars, doesn't it? Because, again, that's where the original manga was set, so you gotta wonder. I really am curious why the game and the manga have such wildly different stories. Like, don't get me wrong, the manga's story is, like, super dark, and I don't know how you would have adapted that to a video game, but still. Alright, here's our boss. And hey, look at this. They actually managed to work in the Rocket Punch as one of negative Mazinger's attacks. Which is cool. Ow. There we go. Alright, now it's time for the final, well, semi-final boss. And he is a doozy. This guy, he's gonna take some tries. One of the reasons he's gonna take a few tries is because he's so damn defensive. Like, trying to score hits on this guy is nuts. Because he's constantly blocking, and I swear to you, this guy doesn't take chip damage. He also hits like a truck. Ah. Yep. This is gonna take a few tries. Alright. Let's see here. Fuck. Not terrible. Not good enough. It's times like these you realize why it is most fighting games have a throw option. Fuck. Well, that's another continue down. Fuck. Fuck. Ugh, that was a terrible round. Ugh, come on. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Ugh. Man. You guys might think I'm being too aggressive and maybe I should back off, but look, if you back off, he just stands there. He doesn't do shit. Like, he doesn't even try to fire off fireballs at you if you just stand there. Like, he will just wait for you to come to him. I've tried it. There's no timer. There's no real drawback to just standing there and waiting. So yeah, the dude will just stand there and wait for you to attack him. Ugh. Sucked. I actually have almost beaten him once. I got him down to literally nothing, alright? Like, I did it. And he still managed to beat me at the last moment because he just deals that much damage. Stop! Look at this. I haven't even managed to land a hit on him yet because when he blocks, he takes no chip. The fucker's about to perfect me. Just take a goddamn hit. For my own dignity, if nothing else, take a hit.
Perfect.
Fuck you. Look at it. Come put the controller down. There's just no way to get in there. Seriously. It's called the negative Mazinger because he's going to send you into a depressive spiral. Really? Stop. Stop. Take a hit, take a hit, take a hit. He blocks everything. There we go. See? If I could just hit him with more of those, we'd be fine. But when he's walking forward and I do it, he just insta-blocks. Oh, come on! I had a fucking life lead on you. No, do not take this away from me. Motherfucker. It would be nice if I could, like, get past or just show you guys the last boss. Even though I'd get my ass absolutely handed to me on a platter. Yeah, see there? Blocked his projectile and he immediately did chip damage. Which would be nice if I could do some chip damage. on. Must be nice for the computer to be able to tell it just instantly hit low. Fuck yeah! Woo! Ha! Alright, we get to see the final boss, everybody. Round 6 versus Bio Beasts, the counterattack. Wait a second, no.
It's gonna be boss rush, isn't it?
Oh, fuck you, Mazda Saga.
The real question is it gonna be one of those boss fights where you fight the boss you just fought again?
I hope not. I can't handle fighting negative Mazinger again. I know who the final boss is, so I'm not gonna be annoyed by that. Plus, with all the previous bosses, I actually have strategies and counters for them. There we go, that's the first one down. Tag LCD, that takes me back. Yeah, I got a few things in there. They're all, like, Sega related. Or Mazinger related, because I felt like it, but yeah. Alright, the slug head now. Okay, this is definitely supposed to be a Mars location now. Alright, that's the second one down. Slughead's down. Okay. Now Dino Beast. Alright, that's a Dino Beast down. Next up is Buster Claw. Fuck. 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 Oh man, we're running out of continues. Oh, come on. Stop. Oh, come on. Come on, we could have done that. Come on. Yeah. The minute I press the attack button, he does that low hit. And that low hit has priority on everything. It's so fast. Man, how am I not... Oh man, how am I not getting through this? This is ridiculous. You know what? No, I'm not gonna come over there. You come over here to me. Oh my gosh. Why is this so much harder now? Fuck. Oh, there's no way you're out of range with my sword. Come on. Piss off. Fuck you. How is this so much worse than negative Mazinger was? Come on. Come on. Remember your last remaining tag DLC game was Double Dragon 2, but it got lost in a move? Ah, yes, I think you've mentioned that before. Oh my gosh. I made mincemeat of this guy back in the New York stage. Why is he giving me so much trouble now? I can't even do the strategy I was doing against negative Mazinger because he just hits way faster with that tail. There goes our last continue. Oh, fuck you! It's gonna kill me with the chip damage at this point. Bullshit. Ah! Ah! You asshole! You fucking dick! Why the hell is this so much harder? I fucking wrecked this guy back in the New York stage. I swear, if I have to fight negative Mazinger again after this... Do something. Just fucking walk into my sword. Walk into my sword. Walk into my sword. Walk into my sword. Just fucking do it. Fucking do it, you fucking dick. Even your stupid dumb penis tail. I can't fucking get a hit in. Come on. Oh my gosh. What the fuck? No, I was in range. I should have been fucking hitting you. Look at this. Look at this. The minute I go to attack, he whips out that stupid fucking tail. That tail, that is so much better than anything I have. It moves so fast. And, oh my gosh. And that's it. I'm done. I can't... Fuck. Man, we got so far just for me to take it down by a boss I've already killed before. I don't even know why my strategy from the New York stage wasn't working on him. Other than the fact that getting that backswing on him is very particular when it comes to the timing. Ugh. Fuck. Oh man, I don't have it in me to even try that again. So yeah, that's our one run of Mazin Saga for the day. I'm gonna finish this fucking game someday. I am going to finish it. It will be destroyed. I swear it. Anyway, everybody, Mazin Saga, Mutant Fighter. Really damn good game. It is one of my favorites. It's cheap. That final boss is fucking frustrating. Kind of for the wrong reasons, if I'm honest. Okay. So, that's our first Genesis game down. I don't know who all's still with me in chat, who's still watching. Oop. What's this? Let me see here. Alright. Sayla's here. Well, I'm gonna figure out what we should play next. Any beat-em-ups are currently off the table for now. I need a recharge after that. So no Streets of Rage or Golden Axe. No Double Dragon. Yeah, can you believe that? Me saying no Double Dragon. Not gonna do Last Battle either. That's beat-em-up adjacent. So what do I want to play? What do I have? Forgotten Worlds. That's a shmup. Got some sports games. Yeah. A stack of sport. Half of my Genesis games are freaking sports games, I swear. Championship Pro-Am, Tecmo Super Bowl, Super High Impact, NBA Jam, Pat Riley Basketball, Joe Montana Sports Talk Football, and NHL. What else can I try here? Street Fighter 2 might be too close to beat 'em up territory right now, so I'm gonna set that off to the side for now. Alright, and that leaves Lotus, which is a racing game, Jurassic Park, Mystic Defender, Mercs, and Forgotten Worlds. Maybe some JP? I can go for some JP. Oh my gosh, I didn't put any JP ads in the Retro Junk playlist for this. Despite the fact that I have a Jurassic Park. Why did I not do that? I keep all the Jurassic Park ads in a separate folder labeled dinosaurs. I have a whole folder full of dinosaur commercials, alright? Okay, hold on. We're done playing Mazin Saga, so I can take the, I can take the, Mazinger ads out. And we can put in some, we can put in the missing Jurassic Park ads. I actually need to use the bathroom, so... Uh-oh. Damn it. It resorted. You know, that's fine. I can just close the playlist and reopen it and, start back up the, Sega playlist and throw in the Jurassic Park things. Because the Mazin stuff is all a separate playlist. Seems like a good idea. And yeah, after I do that, we'll switch to a quick commercial break, and then I'll come back and I will play some Jurassic Park. I might need to clean the game. It has been a hot minute since I played that. Anyway, let me get these commercials back in here, and then we'll do that. Let me move my camera up slightly. Will I fix this? Okay. Yeah, get the Sega Mega Genesis playlist, as I was calling it. And go into the Dinosaurs playlist. And go grab my JP stuff. Let me see. That's Famicom. That's Super Bonk and Super Adventure Island. There were no Adventure Island games on the Genesis. Just some JP stuff, so. Where is it? Super Adventure Island. Prehysteria. Why don't I just throw in all the Jurassic Park stuff too? That could be fun. I actually have a nice chunk of Jurassic Park stuff. I'm not going to throw in the Super Nintendo stuff, but I'll throw in some of the generic Jurassic Park commercials too. Yeah, okay, no, I do have to throw in the SNES stuff just because there's some cool stuff there too. Okay, whatever. I'll throw in the Carnosaur trailers for the fun of it too. Why not? Why not Carnosaur? Right? Yeah, this should be good. Okay. Let me switch you all over to the commercial break. There we go. Alright, we're back. And it is now time for some Jurassic Park on Sega Genesis. Alright, so this is Jurassic Park, developed by Blue Sky Software. Very interesting game. First of all, we have a couple different options here, including a password save function. I don't have that angled down nearly enough. There we go. Because we are, in fact, continuing the game on the floor. So yeah, difficulty, music, controls. The weird option here, though, is picking your player. Because you can be either Grant or the Raptor. We'll start playing as Grant for now, but trust me, the Raptor is the real cool part of the game. The cinematic presentation of this one is really good, especially for the era. Like, that's great. The Rex has demolished your car. The electric fences are down, and all the dinosaurs are loose on the island. Make your way through the jungle to the power station. Alright. So it's kind of a run and gun platformer type deal. You have a couple different weapons you can pick from. Tranquilizers, the stun gun, whatever this is. It is a, it is not an easy game, I'll tell you that for free. Ow. Dumb pterodactyl. Alright, so there's a, Ow. I really do like the pre-rendered graphics of this one. It gives it a very unique look. Yeah, to get over here, we have to do some bouncing, but these pteranodons ain't making it easy. There you go. Pterodactyls, I guess. You guys have any clue how long it's been since I was heavily invested in dinosaurs as a kid? Whoop! Grant is dead! Whoops. Yeah, you don't have to, hurt that one. There we go. You do have limited ammo and everything, so you have to be careful. Yeah, let's just land right there on the spikes. It's a great idea. We have fun here. Dang it. There we go. Hey, nice new camera angle. Thanks. The floor angle, right? Welcome in. We're currently playing Jurassic Park for the Sega Genesis. We just got done with a run of Mazin Saga. We made it to the final stage, and it pulled a boss rush on us. And I could not get past the fourth stage boss on that boss rush. I don't think I can get up there, so I guess we have to go down. I don't think that's going to let us get up as far as we need to go. There we go. I think we're close to the end of the stage here. Oops. Hey! I know who that is. Welcome in, Cloud Runner. I know who that is. That is a friend of mine. We are currently playing Jurassic Park on Sega Genesis. This game has a cooler way of playing it than this. I just wanted to play the, Grant mode first, just to give you guys a look at the normal way the game's usually played. There we go. Put him to sleep. We only have tranquilizer guns in this game. Fuck! Well, here's a... Yeah, it has been a while. Welcome in. I love the Sega thing. You know what? We're going to play as Grant again before we switch to the other mode of the game, which is the better mode. We were actually making decent progress on that first stage. I want to see if we can do more.
I may have just found my favorite gun in the game.
It's explosions, the gun. That's cool. My brother's playing Borderlands on the other TV. Anyway, love that opening. Alright, work our way through the jungle. Try not to die. Usual Jurassic Park stuff. Here we go. There we go. And right into a spike pit. Like a pro. Give me these red tranquilizer darts. Alright. I'm gonna switch over to the stun gun, because that's actually easier to take these pterodactyls out with.
This game would have benefited from a item like the binoculars so you can see around a little bit more.
What, the game I'm playing?
Yeah.
JP? Maybe. It's fine.
I find that it's far too hard to tell where anything is.
Alright. Well, I didn't mean to use a grenade on him, but that works just fine. Ah, get the compies off me. No, get him off me. There we go. If I can just get up there. I got up there earlier. I don't know how I managed to do that. think I, like, managed to clip myself onto the branch. Hold on. Because I definitely got up there. And I need to because there's health up there. I did this once before. There we go. That was weird. Okay. There we go. Ah! Alright, making good progress. Can I get up there? Okay. Try to take it slow. Pick those up. Man, this is such like a 1990. Whoa, shit. 1993 game. You know? Okay. Well. That sucked. Go. Okay. We almost made it to the end of the stage there, too. It is very easy to fall to your doom in this game. Or do stupid shit like that. Yeah, trying to climb across these vines is actually kind of tricky. Because you have to be holding up the entire time you do it. Well, okay. I guess it stands to logic that a giant boulder flying on top of you would instantly kill you. This game is so realistic. Hey, Mireille Godilla, welcome in. This game just prides itself on realism, you know? Just like the real Jurassic Park. Ow. There we go. All right. In we go. Alright, this time we gotta watch out for the rocks. Nope! Dead again! Come on, I know we can clear that stage. One more run with the... I know, y'all want to see the other mode, but... Man, I just want to get through this stage, come on. It's the first level, come on. I've never actually given this one too much of a serious playthrough. It was the first Genesis game I ever owned, but I've never beaten it. And to be fair, I didn't play as Alan Grant very much. Because there's another way cooler option with which to play the game. There we go. And in case nobody else has said it, Alan. Yeah, I was waiting for that. You know, the Jurassic Park 3 arcade game by Konami was actually pretty cool. It was a light gun game. And you could always count on finding either that or Sega's Lost World light gun game in, like, any freaking, like, Walmart in the state. Y'all remember back when Walmart had arcades in it? Called it a family fun center? I swear, every time you went to those, they would have one of the two Jurassic Park light gun games. They would have either The Lost World or JP3, or if you were cool, they'd have both of them somehow. They're both quality light gun games. Like, they're both pretty good. Well, up and over. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I wanted to get down here so you guys could see that. Look at that. Doesn't that look cool? And we're dead. Okay, it was worth it to see the big dinosaur. Come on. You all know I'm right. You're gonna make me waste a... Oh! Ah! Ow. Run, you fat fuck. You love him. Name him Ben. Okay, he's officially Ben. Yeah, I do love the pre-rendered look of the dinosaurs in this. Gives it a very unique look to the game. Hey, look at that. I managed to actually not land in the spikes this time. Ow. So I know you guys can hear the game, but my TV's actually turned down a bit, so I'm actually going to turn it up so I can hear the game. Might pick up on the mic. Apologies in advance. No, I didn't change the channel. There we go. Exactly what decided to spend. Oh man, that sucks. Yeah, my legs have been giving me issues, man. I actually did end up having some back pain while I was watching the neighbor's house. Okay. And my Digimon is screaming at me. Eat, you little bastard. Train. There we go. Nailed it. Get off me, compy. Go. Okay. Oh, hey, Larkmark's also back. Hey, we got a bunch of people coming back. Nice. Just in time for some Jurassic Park, which I am told is very frightening in the dark. Well, okay, I guess I don't get those. Fuck. Damn. Just Perk, at least the first one. First one's great. The long necks, Brontosaurus, Brachiosaurus. Favorite dinosaur? Oh, favorite dinosaur. I've told this story before, but it's a good time to bring it up. You played Jurassic Park on the SNES. Very different game. Okay, so... Alright. So, story time. When I was a kid, I went to the Detroit Zoo. I've only been there, I think, 2-3 times in my entire life, alright? But we went there. And it's a great zoo. A lot of great exhibits. They've got a reptile house, an amphibian house. They've got an Antarctic area where they had polar bears and seals, which is really cool. They had a penguin house, although I think they've updated it and put a new one in since I was last there. They had a butterfly area, a bird house. Very nice, very big zoo. I would love to get to visit it again someday, but money. So, anyway, when we went there, they had an event going on. And I believe the event still happens sometimes. But there's a whole part of the zoo that is closed off, and you have to pay an extra fee to get into it. I forget what it was called, but it was basically a dinosaur exhibit full of animatronic dinosaurs. You paid your money, you went in, the first thing you saw was a big-ass T-Rex that scared the shit out of me as a kid. And as you go through, you get, like, animatronics of the other dinosaurs in the zoo. I found some footage that was very close to what I saw when I was a kid. I'd have to go look it up. I've seen some other footage of more recent times. Anyway, the lady leading the tour there. And then there were, like, a bunch of families and kids on this tour, right? I couldn't have been older than, what, 5, 6, maybe 7? I think I was like 5 or 6. Anyway, the lady's leading us along the tour. And naturally, she starts asking people, what are your favorite dinosaurs? Like she asked me specifically. Where she was like, what's your favorite dinosaur? And my little nerd-ass self stood there, proudly proclaimed, in perfect English, with no stuttering or anything, I told her, my favorite dinosaur... My favorite dinosaur of all time is the Pachycephalosaurus. Look at that! I even have a figure to go with it. And officially licensed Jurassic Park figure, nonetheless, of a Pachycephalosaurus. That's my favorite dinosaur. And bear in mind, this was like a 5-year-old telling this lady at the zoo, who was probably expecting me to say something like, oh, I love the T-Rex, or the Stegosaurus, or the Triceratops, you know, usual little kid favorite dinosaurs. And no, this nerdy 6-year-old is just all like, Pachycephalosaurus. And the lady just stood there for a few seconds trying to comprehend, and then she was like, oh, well, that's cool. So yeah, that's a fun little story about me and my favorite dinosaur, and a really cool little side exhibit I got to go to at the Detroit Zoo. Y'all remember money? Anyway. It's the second thing I've waxed nostalgic about today. I was also talking to Lise earlier today about something that I was, well, that's interesting. I was talking to Lise about something earlier today that I was also nostalgic for, that, it was a mall that I went to as a kid, located in South Bend. It was, the Scottsdale Mall. And, that place was my favorite mall to go to as a kid. It was torn down in 2004. And, I've always wanted to, like, pay tribute to it somewhere. Well, there we go. I've always wanted to pay tribute to it somehow. And I thought it'd be cool to maybe recreate it in the video game somewhere. Problem is that because it was torn down in 2004, my memories of it are obviously a bit hazy, because I was still a little kid back then. I remember being very confused and upset that my favorite mall was no longer open. I liked it way better than University Park Mall, way better than Pierre Morin or Concord. And yet, out of the 4 malls in the local area, that was the first one to go. Because of course it was, right? Anyway. I've always wanted to recreate it, but since my memories are a bit hazy, I remember kind of where some things were, kind of how the mall was laid out. A lot of it was a straight hallway down one direction, but I could never remember specifics. And I looked around for ages online trying to find like a layout or a map or a floor plan, and nobody ever had anything. So I'd kind of given up until last month, when randomly on Facebook, somebody posted a bunch of pictures from Scottsdale back when it was still around. And they included the, they included the map, like the actual mall map. And I have that shit saved, and I have it used for reference. I've been using the reference materials to kind of make some tiles based off the map, off the mall. It wouldn't be a one-to-one thing, unfortunately. That would be quite impossible for me to figure out. But I can at least recreate some of the general stuff. Look at that T-Rex sprite. That's awesome. Anyway, yeah. Some demo footage. You went back to places you went in Atlanta as a kid. The mall was full of craziness. Went to Greenbrier and it was so different. Yeah. It's crazy realizing just how much places change with the times. And not always for the better. You know? Make a cool soundtrack concept album too. Yeah. Oh man. I've always, okay, so I guess since I've brought up that I have, let me see. Let me see. This is like KB Toys or Kmart. It was like gone. Oh yeah. I remember when those were around too. KB Toys, I'm pretty sure Scottsdale had one of those. They had an electronics boutique. Back when EB Games was still around, yeah. They had an electronics boutique. That was also where the comic shop used to be, BuyMeToys.com. That was what the place was called. That place I think is still around, it's just in a different location now. There was a music store my dad would stop at. They had a Walden's Books. Montgomery Ward was part of the building. They had a food court that I'd love to stop at. The food court also had a movie theater right off the side of it. This mall had a whole ass movie theater in it. It had an arcade on the first floor. This was a 2-floor mall, by the way. It was 2 floors. The top floor was where the mall and the food court was. It's a big place. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, it also had a whole Target attached to it, like a Target department store was just attached to it. And this was like back when Target actually still had a cool aesthetic as opposed to whatever the fuck it is now. I miss when Target had neon on the walls. Y'all remember that? That's what I miss. Anyway, I've actually had an idea for several years for a video game based in a mall. Primarily inspired by my teenage self discovering Persona 3 for the first time. I don't know what it was, but me jumping into Shin Megami Tensei, I always had this crazy idea for like a horror RPG type game set in a mall where a bunch of people get trapped inside of it with like monsters or demons or something. I've always loved having that idea. I don't know how we'll make that happen, but it's something I've always thought about as having a fun potential for a game, and potentially expanding things even further depending on how far I go with the game. This is just all me brainstorming right now, but just for example, what happens when the characters get outside of the mall? Like, would that actually be the end of the game, or would they find out that things have gotten even worse outside? You know? Lots of direction I could take that concept, and it's something I've always been interested in trying to do. I have a lot of crazy ideas, man. I wish creating actual product based off of my game ideas was as easy as coming up with the ideas. But that's an idea for a game I've had since I was a teenager. Definitely something I'd love to do at some point. You miss when Target had their own eatery instead of Pizza Hut Express or whatever? Oh, man. I remember Kmart had its own food area as well. That's just not a thing anymore. a lot of stores actually had their own like cafeteria areas. Nowadays, it's easier to just license that space out to somebody else. Man, that is very that is so weird to think about. Man, the world's changed so much in the relatively short amount of time I've been around. It feels bizarre. The world was not it's not the same place it is now compared to when I was a kid. It's changed significantly. It's so weird to really think about how much stuff from when I was around as a kid just isn't a thing anymore. Like, I don't know. It's weird to me specifically because I'm young, right? Like, I'm still a young guy. So to think about how much things have changed, and then think about going even further back before I was born and all the stuff then that's not around now, it really puts things into perspective just how, I don't know, transient the world is, you know? Like, it just boggles your mind when you sit and think about it. The internet changed the world. Dude, the fact that I can remember a time before the internet was, like, this majorly widespread thing, okay? Yeah, the internet was still around when I was a kid, right? Like the 90s, the internet was a thing. People would go online. I remember that. It was not this omnipresent thing, you know? I wouldn't even argue that it wasn't until smartphones came around that, like, the internet really became... Because back then, like, the internet, even when you used it back then, you know, you left it at home, right? When you weren't on your computer anymore, like that's I think that's actually what changed it. It wasn't just the internet changing the world. It was when the internet went with you everywhere, you know? Now that you have a mini, now that you have, like, a mini computer you bring with you everywhere. Now that's when the internet really took over. And it changed a lot of things, you know? 2 of the 3 Kmarts you worked at had their own cafeterias. Neat. Yeah, I remember those. You'd hang out there waiting to get off. Nice. I'm older than you and you want to talk change? Most of my friends are older than me, frankly. Like, y'all... I don't think you guys realize. I don't have, like, a bunch of friends I hang out with outside of here. Like, I don't have a big friend group IRL. I really don't. And most of my friends are not my own age. Most of my friends are, like, 10 to 20 years older than me. Because, guys, I don't know if you'll believe this, but I do not get along with people my own age. Gee, can you imagine why that might be? I'm not popular with people my own age. As a matter of fact, I hang out with people older than me, and the people who do think I'm cool are the younger kids who find my weird obsessions with all this old stuff fascinating. Taste culture, they truly suck. Ugh. First Kmart she was at was 82 to 92 before it destroyed in a big quake. Second Kmart she was at from 93 to 2002 when it closed. Yeah. It's really a different world now, guys. Around that time, people hadn't realized the internet was so prevalent. The shift from forums to blogs, centralized YouTube was nuts. I remember old YouTube. I'm not even kidding. I remember back when you could remember back when you could see not just the like-dislike ratio, right? Which, by the way, I hate that that's not a thing anymore, and it was done purely so companies could hide when things weren't popular. Like, can I make that very clear? The whole push to get rid of the dislikes was done for no other reason than to obscure the truth from people. I hate that change. All right. But even further than that, how about back when YouTube had star ratings, rating the quality of a video based off of audience reception? Anybody remember that? Man, old YouTube. And yeah, Filthy Frank, Reply Girls. Yeah, it was a different time. I'm taking this off for now. I might put it back on later, but old YouTube was great. It was. They had crazy stuff on YouTube. Remember watching AMVs and the related vids? The Pamela... Yeah. There's some crazy stuff, you know? And it's just weird to think about how much it's changed. And, frankly, not for the better. AMVs, so many... Guys, why do you think I make some AMVs? It's not often I make them, but why do you think I make them? I like to keep that spirit alive. I still think that Megazone 2-3 AMV I made is one of the best things I've ever made. That was... Yeah, that's a good video. Oh, man. Okay. Anyway, I've been sitting here rambling about the past for a little bit. Y'all... Oh, man, the game just... Okay, here you go. Take a look at this. Because, Alan Grant playing as him, it's fine. It's a bit of a fun, puzzly platformer. The game gets really fun when you play as the Raptor. You have broken out of the raptor cage, and you are free to roam the island. You picked up the scent of Dr. Grant as you stalk him through the jungle. Beware of armed guards. Okay. And now, you play as the raptor. You get a couple different buttons, okay? You have a button for biting, a button for kicking, and a button for jumping. You can high jump. You can crawl and walk and run. Running's a little weird because to run you hold up and forward. And playing as the Raptor is fun just because the Raptor is fast as fuck. Dang it. Yeah, fun fact by the way, the compies, you can eat them. See? You were talking about your boyfriend while watching this movie, and he made a good point. Why didn't this play have backup generators and separate power sources? Because Hammond was a cheap Look, he keeps saying they spared no expense. If you pay attention, they spared many expenses. Jurassic Park might have been an expensive project. That doesn't mean they had to spend a lot of money on it. Certainly not more than was necessary. It's even more appropriate in the novel, where Hammond isn't just like a doddering old fool. In the novel, Hammond is outright one of the villains. And in that respect, the park being so poorly maintained makes perfect sense. Hey, look down there. There's Grant. I'm gonna catch him. Or I'm gonna fall into the pit. At that point, I might as well just start the game over. They had done that, maybe there wouldn't be much of a movie. Again, it all comes back to Hammond. Where in the movie, he's kind of a doddering old fool who assumed everything was under control. And in the book... Oh, dang it, I don't want to play as Grant. In the book, Hammond's actually like a greedy dirtbag. So, yeah. Blame it all on Hammond, seriously. It is his fault. Everything is his fault. I'm not even kidding. Alright, back to playing as the Raptor. Which, yeah, this is the way to play the game. If you're gonna play the game now, you play it to play as the Raptor. Ah, fuck. Oh, this is going great. Fuck. It's been decades since I read the book. The book is a very different thing from the movie. I actually really like the book, too. It was a good read. Yeah, there are a few problems with this game. One of the big ones is simply the fact that it is pretty janky to control. I cannot pretend otherwise. Everything feels just a little bit out of control in this game. guys want to see something crazy? I've been kind of playing around this whole time. That's how quick you can get through here. You sense Grant is near. Make your way to the power station, but beware of electricity. Be very, very quiet. I'm hunting raptors. No, I'm hunting Gwants. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm allergic to bullshit.
Dicks! You're all dicks!
Your own bullshit. Ah, yeah. What the fuck? I think my brother's headphones disconnected from the TV. It was making goofy Borderlands noises. Aiden, I guarantee you that TV is playing licensed music. No! Ah! Pat! We're running out of dream and a prayer here. That game over. Now I do think if you hit play, it does like continue. Maybe. I think there is like a continue thing. Ah, see, yeah. When you go to the password thing, you get a continue option. Get up there. There we go. That does it. Get back here, Grant. Raptors cannot swim. Avoid the water that floods the abandoned pump station as you pursue Grant. This stage is kind of annoying. It is very easy to fall to your doom in here. can't I eat it? There we go. Ow. Well, that was close. Fuck! I do like how you have, like, those 3 separate health bars denoting your lives. And it makes sense that you would have 3 lives, because in the movie there were 3 raptors. It's a fun little detail. Fuck! Ah. I feel like maybe we're gonna switch to something else after this, but what we'll play after this, I don't know. It's a good way to unwind after some of Maz and Saga's bullshit, though. Fuck! Damn. Alright. What else would I play? What can I play over here? Hey, you know what actually feels right, actually? We're playing Sega games, and yet somehow I haven't actually played the Sega game yet. Come on. We gotta do that if I'm doing a Sega Genesis stream, right? That's like a must. So get the 6-pack in here and mess around with that. Okay. No Sonic 2. I actually don't own Sonic 2, unfortunately. You gotta settle for the first one. So yeah, here we go. This is the Sega Genesis 6-pack, which is a great little value proposition for those of you collecting for your Sega Genesis. We have Sonic the Hedgehog, Super Hang-On, The Revenge of Shinobi, Golden Axe, Streets of Rage, and Columns, which are all great games, but obviously we're doing a Sega stream. We gotta play some Sonic the Hedgehog, right? I do own a Sonic collection that has a bunch of Sonic games on it on the PS2, but when it comes to my actual cartridges, I don't own any other Sonic games currently. Anyway, let's get this started. This is some nostalgia right here. I remember playing this for the first time as a kid. It was actually on an emulator my dad set up, but man, I was hooked. I don't really display my love for Sonic the Hedgehog very often, because I love this series, I love this character, but man, I do not want to be associated with the Sonic fan base. Just, no. Not in a million years. But yeah, I've always been a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog. I love this series. I would actually get up on Saturdays as a kid to watch the Sonic X anime series. I love that cartoon. It was one of my favorite things to watch on Saturdays. I also would rent episodes of the old Sonic cartoons from the video store. Ah, fuck you. I remember distinctly watching Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and wondering what the hell I was watching. You know, this was when EA did it, Road Rash. I wish I had some Road Rash. Those are some good games. I unfortunately don't have a copy of that right now. You know what else has been surprisingly good considering Sonic lately? The live-action Sonic movies. The first one was alright. It was a kids movie. Like I wasn't even expecting it to be good. So the fact that it was entertaining was surprising. After that first movie, those Sonic movies started going crazy. Like, they got good. Sonic 2 was really fun. And Sonic 3, I really enjoyed that. That might be the nostalgic 2000s kid in me talking when it comes to Sonic 3, the movie. But, I don't know. I thought it was fantastic. They, I don't know, they fucking nailed adapting Sonic Adventure 2 and Shadow's story specifically. Keanu Reeves did a fantastic job as Shadow the Hedgehog as well. Like, I have no complaints about that. Jim Carrey was... used to watch all 4 Sonic cartoons. Man, well, you know, you had, what was it? You had, Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And then you had, Sonic the Hedgehog, which a lot of people call, what was it? Sat-M? Sat-AM? Something like that. Which was the more serious of the 2 cartoons. Then there was, later on there was Sonic Underground, which I watched, which was the one where Sonic had, like, siblings. That was such a weird cartoon. Every episode had, like, a musical, segment in it, too. But yeah, I watched Sonic Underground. And I watched, it was later on via YouTube. But I also watched the, old Sonic the Hedgehog anime OVA. Which I also actually really like. Damn it, I missed the bonus stage. Oh, no, I didn't. Nah, yeah, there we go. Haha. I even read some issues of the comic book series. And part of the way I learned to draw as a kid was by drawing Sonic the Hedgehog characters. I drew a lot of Sonic and Knuckles. Specifically, Knuckles was actually my favorite character. Tails I would draw a lot of. Shadow as well. It was Sonic characters and Pokemon were what I... Damn it, I didn't mean to go that direction. Fuck. Maybe she was finding them in Atlanta because it didn't come monthly to the comic shop. Oh, man. Yeah, that bites. It was just... I don't know, it was just a lot of fun. The new Sonic movies have really been doing it for me. Especially as somebody who's been a fan of this franchise and has wanted it to be good for a while. There was only one bad thing about Sonic 3, and that was the discovery that Crush 40 wasn't being paid the proper royalties for using their songs all these years. Which sucks for a couple reasons. One, somebody wasn't getting paid the money they actually were owed. And 2, there's a high chance Sega will never actually pay for that, for those rights. Like, a very high chance that Sega will never actually pay for those rights. And just refuse to ever use, damn it, why did I forget the name of the song? In the heat of the moment, it's because I'm playing the game. But yeah, there's a high possibility we just won't hear Crush 40 music used in Sonic anymore, which is a bummer, because that was a large part of the series' identity in the early 2000s. Like, that was a major mistake by, constructing this Sonic 1. Yep, this is Sonic 1. Alright, so the trick with Sonic the Hedgehog bosses is to not get greedy. If you start overextending yourself, you're gonna start taking hits. Yep. There's a certain level of pacing you have to take with Sonic bosses. Fuck! Oh, that was close. There we go. Take that, Robotnik. Nice. And now Sonic the Hedgehog 1 becomes hard. From this point on, this game gets so much harder. First boss in Game Gear Sonic 2. Man, I love this series. I love Sonic. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. But yeah, one of the things that makes these later stages hard is that those first few stages are designed for Sonic to be able to go fast, take advantage of his speed and whatnot. Then you get to these later stages, and they're not designed around Sonic's speed anymore. It's a very different philosophy from a lot of the later Sonic games. But the ground catching fire there is a very nice effect. I've always liked that. No spin dash in this first one either, so that's something you have to remember. Ah. Kind of funny too. Sega relearned how to do Sonic from the fans that allowed to work on the franchise. Well, I mean, they had Sonic Mania, and they figured that, you know, that worked out great for them since it was made by the fans. But then they immediately went on and did the Sonic Color remaster, which wasn't great. Sonic Forces. Yeah, it's Sega, man. They don't know how to manage shit, let's be real. And I'm not necessarily letting Sega off the hooks for treating fans well when one of their most recent stunts has been one of the most anti-consumer things I've seen in a while, which is delisting all of your old video games so that you can bundle them all together in a subscription package. And they emailed people about this too. They emailed people asking them what they thought about this. And I know for a fact a lot of people were saying that they didn't want it. And there's no fucking way Sega's actually going to take that for an answer. I've seen this game before. I know how it's played. They're going to make it sound like they're listening to their fans and what they want, but no, they just... They want to do this because it's going to make them more money. Ugh. It really frustrates me too, because Sega just actively made their back catalog so much harder for people to play. And this comes from a company that, until recently, was actually really good about making sure their old games were actually available for people. Like, that's something Sega used to be really good about. And now we're kind of in a different era of that. Come on, Chaos Emerald. Got it. Nice. Ugh, man. You just have to wonder how Sega can have access to one of the biggest rosters of fan-favorite video games in history, and yet they just don't seem to know what to do with it. That said, Shinobi Art of Vengeance looks like it's going to be really good. I am pretty excited for Art of Vengeance. Although I'll admit, Art of Vengeance I'm probably not going to buy immediately like I am going to do for Ragebound. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound I will be buying as soon as possible. Art of Vengeance, I want to play it at some point, but I will be actively waiting for other people's reaction to it before I buy it. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, I have confidence in. I want to state my confidence in it by putting my money where my mouth is, you know? Ah, fuck. I wholeheartedly believe that Ninja Gaiden Ragebound will be good. And I'm willing to put my money down on that as soon as they fucking announce a release date. But yeah, the new Shinobi game looks good, which is great, because frankly, I'm worried about how those new Sega games are going to turn out. Because I'm already not on board with what they're doing for the new Crazy Taxi. I'm sorry. I have no interest in a, I have no interest in a modern, yeah. You don't have confidence in Ninja Gaiden? Well, I'm not talking about, like, Ninja Gaiden 4 here, remember? I'm talking about Ragebound, which is being done by, the same guys who did Blasphemous. I have literally no reason not to assume that's going to be good. Yeah. For Ninja Gaiden 4, this is going to be a trial by fire for the guys at Platinum now that they've been split up. Basically, Ninja Gaiden 4 is going to be Platinum's chance to go, no, we can still do this, you know? So I'm not saying I have confidence in it, I am saying this is their trial by fire. If the guys at Platinum who are still there can make a good action game with Ninja Gaiden 4, then cool, they've proven they can still make good games even without the old guard there. And that's good. However, you have to remember, they're going to be going up directly against, whatever this, I forget the name, Clovers? Was that what it was? The new studio that Kamiya is heading up. They're going to have to compete with that and the output that's going to be working on. So it'll be interesting to see. Ability to split up into 3 companies. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm just saying, currently this is a trial for them. I don't have confidence in it, but it's interesting. The real trick right now is going to be, damn it. The real trick right now is going to be, what, Clovers, Platinum, and another cat form their own studio. Yeah, I'm aware about the split up. My simple thing here is simply that I believe that what Platinum is going through right now is a, again, it's just a trial period. It's okay, you guys just lost some of your most notable devs, the ones who have headed up the studio for years. Can you still function without that? Or are you going to die? Because frankly, after some of your higher-ups comments on where they want to take the company, I'm not sure what I want from you guys. We're going to focus more on mobile gaming development and games as a service. AKA, our games aren't making enough money and we need to come up with schemes to trick people into spending more money on us. Fuck. Not that a gacha action game doesn't work. Like, gacha character action, that already exists. It's Endless Zone Zero. And I will not play it because I kind of fucking hate gacha games. But, it is legitimately a character action game. I have seen it played. I watched Lise play it. The amount of love and respect those devs clearly have for action games is kind of astounding, watching it in motion. So it's not like you couldn't make a gacha character action game. It's just that's not the easiest route, you know? Which is definitely what a greedy developer wants, is the easiest way out, you know? Damn it. Ah! No! Fuck! Damn it! There's other gacha like Wuthering Waves and stuff. I was just pointing at Zenless because that's one I can say for a fact is a character action game. So it's not like Platinum couldn't make something like that. I just don't think that's what the devs were talking about when they said they wanted to make games as a service. And maybe they'll prove me wrong. But I genuinely think when they said that, they're looking at being a little lazier. Speaking of Trials by Fire, man, Konami's gonna have a lot to prove when Metal Gear Delta drops. But I'll admit, I am no longer on the Konami hate train. I've been on that for years. I thought I would be on it till the company died. There have been changes at that company that have actually made me change my opinion on them.
No, you can't. That's right. The dish soap we smell like dish laundry detergent.
Yes, it does.
Where did the walk to the sink and smell laundry detergent?
Mm-hmm. I don't know where they got the soap from. I was just using it to wash the dishes, man. It says dish soap on the bottle.
Dollar General, I believe.
Yeah, MMOs, but man, Inaba will really have to defy it, and Kami has taken to. Yeah, you just gotta see what's going on, man. Like, you can't say for sure you know how it's gonna turn out. You can just look at the track record, you know. From liberal arts to... You'd say don't drop it, but... I love that my no politics trigger picked up on the word liberal. I must have put that in there back when I first set that up. It's funny I even still have that considering some of the political jokes I've been making lately. But can you blame me? Everything's shit right now. Alright, here we go. They're finding that they need developers. Again, we'll see what happens. The fact that Platinum's even trying to make another character action game is something to take a look at, you know? So we could... Yeah, no, it's interesting, and the big thing for me about Konami and the way they've changed is specifically the increase in pay for their devs. Never in a million years would the Konami I hate have done that, because they were all about mistreating employees and underpaying them and all that. Here, it was, yeah, literally company-wide, we're raising pay for all of our employees. And I've not heard a peep out of them. Oh, fuck. That hurt. I have not heard a peep out of them regarding the way they used to treat their employees. Because back in the 2010s, you were basically a wage slave for Konami. Not even that. Like I know that's like, oh, that's normal for the industry. Okay, you know what's not normal? Being fired from the company and then having that company have people inside of the Japanese healthcare system that actively block you from filing for your health benefits because you're an ex-Konami employee. That is a thing Konami actually used to do. I can't stress that enough. That's supervillain shit. So yeah, seeing them actually treat their employees like actual people, I didn't think I'd see that in a million years. So between that and their turnaround in terms of development, yeah, no, they actually got my they got my support as a customer back after a literal decade and a half of me literally telling people, do not buy Konami products. Do not buy Konami products. Do not buy Konami products. Why do you not buy Konami products? I'll tell you why you don't buy Konami products. Listen here, I'll tell you. You all have heard me do that rant on stream before. I was a die-hard Konami hater. You all know this. Not anymore, honestly. I'm impressed by what they've done. And also, I'm one of the few people actually cautiously optimistic for that new Silent Hill game. I know a lot of Silent Hill fans are looking at it and saying, that's not Silent Hill. I'm looking at that and saying, let them cook. Especially considering we already got a Silent Hill remaster. Now they're trying to do something completely different. I'm not going to criticize that. It's like they resurrected in 2020 and dissolved their game division. What? Konami? Yes. They basically had no developers for a while. I see what Eggman's doing here. I'm on one ring and a dream. Gotcha. There we go. It's the marble zone done. Whew, okay. Spring Yard Zone, Act 1. That is some Sonic the Hedgehog. What the fuck? That was stupid. Did you see that? There was literally no reason I shouldn't have been able to kill that guy with that jump. What? What's going on there? The other big change is that the management team at Konami Digital Entertainment is getting changed around. Well, Hideki Hayakawa remains the CEO. The shift from a mobile a few years back with the appointment has been seemingly reversed, in that the new management team has been promoted from game production roles or have ties back to console gaming. Sounds like there has been a change in management, which I think Konami desperately needed. What the hell? There we go. Ah, fuck. Ah. Ah, I didn't want to jump there. Okay. There we go. Alright. Act 1. We are not beating this game, just for the record. This game gets stupidly difficult towards the end. But, what can I say? We'll give it the old college try, right? got a 1-up. That's always nice. That's a good sound to hear. Fuck, fuck, fuck. No. Do not send me that way. No! Ah! No! Damn it! Ah, those stages. We got some extra lives. I won't complain about that. Fuck! There we go. Now, they still make money in casinos, but gaming gives them strong returns when done right. With closer connections to game production, they're getting it together for better. Yeah, there was... Man, it is cool to see Konami do some sort of turnaround. I can't be mad at that. Which is funny, because I can usually find a lot to be mad about. Nah! Get that shit out of here. Okay. damn it! It's so difficult. Again, I'm not gonna say no to extra lives and continues. I think we've got 2 extra continues now. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, this is shit. Oh, well, that's handy. Fuck! Oh, come on. Come on! Fuck! Just become naked when you jump up. We're freeing the animals that are trapped inside of them. That's how Robotnik makes his minions. They're poor sweet animal critters that have been turned into robots. Okay, come on. Ugh. Come on, I can do this. There we go. Alright, be back later? No worries, Sayla. Let's see. Robotic's somewhere around here. I can just feel it. What? No way! No way! Every copy of Sonic the Hedgehog is personalized, I suppose. No. I gotta go get Aiden. Oh my gosh.
Maybe if I hit this hard enough, like it's a computer, the world will start functioning properly.
Probably not. You gotta come see this.
What?
I look back and see the... It's not a ROM hack! It's not a ROM hack, Zero! This is my legit copy of Sonic the Hedgehog on the Genesis. It's not a ROM hack.
And just gonna...
Yeah.
You saved forever?
This is not a ROM hack. This is actually in the game. This is real. Okay, no, I have to Google this real quick. I'm gonna Google Sonic the Hedgehog cope and see if it actually shows up. Hold on. Sonic. Okay, here we go. Sonic the Hedgehog cope. Oh my gosh, this is a known thing. What is the meaning of the word cope in Sonic the Hedgehog? Why was it put there? No one knows. There's also up, on, and CPU. This is amazing. Yeah, Sonic was ahead of the times. I don't know how I made it to 28 years old without ever knowing that. Alright, bring it on, Robotnik. I've got your copium right here. What is he gonna do? Oh! He's going to slowly destroy the arena. Alright. Whoa! Damn it! Taken out by my own hubris. We have continues, though. We got those in the bonus stages. Whew. I'm coping. I'm coping. Ow. Woo! That was close. I'm still in disbelief, honestly. Fuck. Something hits you. I just don't know how I made it this long without knowing that there's a part in this game that tells you to cope. And of course it's in Sonic 1. A game that desperately needs cope. Whoa! Uh-huh. That fucking crab. He's dead now. Ah, I fumbled it. What am I doing wrong here? Fuck. Okay, whatever. Ah! You bitch. Okay. There it is again. What? Oh, that's evil. That's evil. Alright, no rings. No rings and a prayer. Hey, there we go. That's another zone clear. Nice. Okay. That was cool. I'm doing pretty well here. Whew, man. Oh boy, here we go. Freaking labyrinth zone. Okay. Let's do this shit. This gun is jammed. Oh, that's fucking evil. Fuck! That's bullshit. I think we still have another continue. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog. Advertised on the idea of being fast. And here we have a whole level about slow underwater platforming. Oh, man. Fuck! Ah, fuck.
Ain't that right?
Huh?
Ain't that right? A villain can never claim the title of best villain in movie, book, or game history without you absolutely hating them, hating their guts.
I would be inclined to agree. Anyway, I'm in Labyrinth Zone, so... You know, hell.
Yeah, I can't hear I can't hear the song without thinking of the
The right episode one. Why do I do this? Why is life... Why is life worth living? Fuck! There was no... Oh my gosh. Okay, there was a checkpoint. Okay.
Welcome to why I've never beaten a Sonic game.
Well, this is as far as I've made it in Sonic 1, to be fair.
I don't know which one I was playing, but I made it to, like, I don't know, it was like a elevated mountain biome with a bunch of bridges. I don't remember what game it was, I don't remember where it was. It's in the game. I just know I never made it past that point.
Well, what if I insist on calling it Hydrosity?
I don't know, but I'm going to Grand Metropolis Zone. Wait, this isn't Grand Metropolis Zone, this is Metropolis Zone. I remember what comes after that.
I don't know. Fucking hell. Oh my gosh. We're not even getting the best ending because you have to get all the Chaos Emeralds for that. I'll just be happy to actually say I got to the end of Sonic. If we can even manage that. I don't know if that's possible. Alright, we made it to the next, Yep. Oh, no, 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 they actually did disconnect.
Not appropriately because my headphones turned off. So they're still trying to connect to the Switch.
Yeah, well, I had to turn the TV off because suddenly your TV was playing licensed music on my stream, and, No. No, 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 don't do this to me. Whew, alright, made it to Act 2. We survived. Don't step in front of that.
Well, anyway.
Fuck, we got one. There we go.
Well,
Nice.
You missed an emerald.
2 Chaos Emeralds. Dude, I'm not getting all of them this time. There's 8 of those things.
What's that? Missed an emerald.
See you later, Tails.
Spikes.
Okay, this is just never ending.
It looks like it repeats, yes.
Well, how...
Well, you have that one spot you can stop on.
John Claude, stop this crazy thing.
No. Same super guy.
Lol.
That was not the right time to jump. No.
Fuck. I think this game is shit. Fuck. Give me something. Fuck. Let me guess, I gotta chase him. It's a fucking obstacle course. Oh, fun, Sega. This is amazing. Whew. I don't know about this one, Chief. Alright, there we go. All that continues. Alright, so that was fun. Made it to the Labyrinth Zone. No, there's a reason this one helped sell the Sega Genesis later on. You know? There is a reason Sonic the Hedgehog became Sega's mascot. Like, it's a damn good game. It's a little rough around the edges. Sonic 2 and 3 would improve upon this like 100 times over. But it's still a good game, like, all things considered. What should we do next? Let's see, we've done Mazin Saga. We did some Jurassic Park. We just played through a good chunk of Sonic. Sonic must go now. His home planet needs him. Alright, well, we could play something else that's on the, the collection here. Because let's see, there's also Revenge of Shinobi, Column, Super Outrun, Streets of Rage, and Golden Axe. Actually, you know what I feel like playing? I know what we're playing next. Ugh. Let's see. Here we are. Nope. Come on. Huh. Don't tell me this one needs cleaned too. Alright, let's see if that fixes it up. I'm gonna get so pissed off by the end of this. There we go. Alright, hell yeah. Oh, man. Too bad we're not on Fightcade right now, right? Just maybe this gets something really quiet. Hold on. Alright. Alright. Let me check the options here real quick. Alright. Not gonna mess with that. Not gonna mess with that. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hold on. There's something very specific I should do if I'm gonna play this. Let's see. Unfortunately, I only have one of these. So if this were to be a match between me and my brother, we'd both use our 3 buttons. But since it will just be me playing, I have no intention of handicapping myself like this. So, where is it? There we go. Hold on. Gotta turn this off and plug in my other controller. I really should buy a second 6-button controller at some point. Even if I only have Street Fighter in terms of fighting games. Alright. Here we go. It's my 6-button pad. You'll want this for fighting games. Anyway, now let us begin the game. Yeah, that all looks fine. Okay. Gonna boost us up on that speed there. You know, normally I like to play as Miguel Chun-Li, but I'm feeling like doing some Ken. We're gonna do some Ken. Okay. Might have boosted up the speed a little too much here. Yeah, I might have boosted the speed up here a little too much. There we go. Gotta love some good old Street Fighter 2. Get up! It's too early for you to be defeated. Everybody in this everybody in this Street Fighter was so aggressive. See, this is Street Fighter right here. Ow. Ah! The CPU is still a cheating bastard. Yeah, hold on. We're going back to the start and actually putting us on a reasonable speed because I boosted that speed way up. Alright, let's take that back down to 4-star speed. That should be fast enough. Still gonna play as Ken though. I don't know why. I usually play Chun. I'm doing Ken. I feel like Ken today. Welcome back, Sayla. Oh, that's a much better speed. I can actually react to shit now. There we go. Wouldn't be a 90s fighting game otherwise. While we're on Street Fighter, I was talking about how the older games have a lot of heart players, while new fighting games seem to try new things and such. I'm a fundamentals guy. Which version of Street Fighter is this? This is the Special Champion Edition on Sega Genesis. Because again, it's the Sega Genesis stream. So not Super, just regular Street Fighter 2. Honestly, I think this is the best 16-bit port of Street Fighter out of the ones there. I think this is better than any of the Super Nintendo ports. I think this is better than the PC Engine version too. And the PC Engine version's great. But yeah, I think this is the best one. I do own Super Street Fighter on Super Nintendo. That was actually a gift from Fluffy. I miss her, man. She would be having a lot of fun with this stream, I think. Actually, the old Sega Genesis stuff, playing Street Fighter especially, I think she would be having fun with that. Man, I miss her. She was awesome. All right, there we go. Nice. Attack me if you dare. I will crush you. All right, what are we gonna do? USSR. I swear every time I played Street Fighter 2 Turbo as a kid on the Super Nintendo, it would always start me out against Zangief. I never really got much farther than a couple opponents in when I was a kid because I didn't know how to do any of the special moves. I would just try to punch and kick my way to victory. How does he still have the magic pixel? There we go. Oh, good lord. What the hell was that? Niet, Zangief. Niet. Oh, shit. I just got grappled. There we go. Whew. This is one of those stages based off of Hard Times with Charles Bronson. Ken's stage is also like that. there we go. India. Oh, nice. Ow. I don't think he liked what I did to him in the first round. Man, I wish I had the Genesis port of Samurai Showdown. That would be fun. It's a pretty good port, all things considered. Genesis version of Sam Show's pretty good. Although, no Sam Show's better than the Game Boy version, let's be real. Come on. Game Boy version of Sam Show is supreme. Alright, Japan. Alright. It's the fated battle. Oh, hey, guys! There was a red Hadoken. Those happen rarely. I don't think they added being able to do that on purpose till later. Ah, fuck. Man. Oh, I love Street Fighter. Not my favorite fighting game series by a long shot. You all know that. It's Sam Show for me all the way, but... Hey, we wouldn't have Sam Show without Street Fighter 2. In fact, you guys know I even have a soft spot for Street Fighter 1, and that game didn't age particularly well, but I still like it. Man, I would have loved to have seen that NES port of Street Fighter 1 actually happen. Oh, fuck. Ah, darn it. Actually, speaking of that port, do y'all want to hear a crackpot theory? Like an absolutely insane conspiracy theory, okay? Because I have one for y'all. It's crazy, okay? Are y'all listening? Y'all got your ears on? Alright, because I'm going to pause the game and let you guys know about it. You ready? Okay, so let me bring the camera up here, and we're gonna go full conspiracy mode here. You all ready for this? Okay, so 1987. 1987. Capcom released a game called Black Tiger in the arcades. Black Tiger is an awesome game. There's not really many home ports of it. There's one on like home computers for like Commodore 64, Amstrad, that sort of stuff, right? It's a great game. It's kind of like Capcom Castlevania, except you can climb. You can also like throw these dagger things. There's a shop system with some RPG mechanics. Black Tiger's really cool. I have streamed it on here. I will probably stream it again at some point because I really like Black Tiger. Anyway, Black Tiger was going to get an NES port. As a matter of fact, I have pictures. I have screenshots of that NES port from a magazine. Here we go. This arcade port was being worked on sometime in 1988 for the NES. It was canceled at an unknown time without really being revealed to the public that much. But it existed. They were working on that port. At the same time, in 1988, they were also working on an NES port of Street Fighter 1. Don't believe me? Well, here's a screenshot. And that screenshot comes from the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Collection. So this isn't like a, this isn't like an unofficial source. No, this is real. It's in a Capcom, collection. If you look here, I'm pretty sure this is Ryu fighting Adon, it looks like, because he has, like, the mohawk. Alright? 1987. This also was, this was also canceled. So these ports are both happening in 1988. They're both canceled around the same time. Here's where it gets really nutty. Alright? So, let me see if I can find this real quick. I just gotta grab a few things to really pull this all together, but this is about to get crazy. Okay, number 11012. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Where did this show up? Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Just wait a second. Man, how do I find that? Damn it. Okay, whatever. Hold on. Oh, I didn't put those away yet. That's still in the carrying case. That complicates things a little. Hold on. Here I am planning to go on my little tirade and I don't even have my example here. Hold on. Here we go. Yeah, there's no real way to check the, there's no real way to check the product number on these, so you'll have to take my word on this part. You will have to take my word on the product number. Anyway, so yeah, Black Tiger port, 1988, canceled. Street Fighter 1 port, 1988, canceled. Product number for said Street Fighter port, right here in this advertisement, is number 11012. And yeah, this is an advertisement for the NES game that showed up in a magazine. Anyway, that product number would later be used in 1990 for Street Fighter 2010. You can't really see it because the light's not shining here. Street Fighter 2010 also has very similar climbing mechanics to Black Tiger. I will let you all draw your own conclusions here. Is that a crazy crackpot conspiracy theory? Absolutely. But it's still really funny that those games were both canceled at the same time, and then this resurfaces with the same product number as Street Fighter 1 and with mechanics from another canceled NES game. I'm just saying. Seems a little nutty to me. Also, man, if somebody could find a playable prototype ROM of either of those, I don't care how finished they were, that would be so cool to see. They're probably lost forever, though. I would play the hell out of an NES port of Street Fighter 1, though. Ooh, hey, we got some blood there. Ah, that's really bad. Ah! Alright, let's see if we can't turn that around in the next round. Good lord, Ryu's going apeshit. Trying to remind me who's the main character here. Bah! Fuck! Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Saved by the magic pixel. Come on, Ryu. Good lord. Fuck you. Come on. I'm gonna get you, yeah, Ryu. Oh. Huh. I don't know when the stereo fixed itself. But yeah, that's coming in on both sides. Must have been when I adjusted the... Huh. Hold on a sec. I don't think I need to downmix this to mono like I was. Sounds like we're getting... Yeah, hold on. Sounds like we're actually getting stereo sound out of the TV, which is funny because I know for a fact we weren't when I started this. Hold on. There it is. Give me just a second to mess with this. It's already 10:45. When did that happen? Here we are. Just going to turn off the down mix to mono. Nope, that is definitely coming through only one speaker on the GV USB. Hold on. Just gonna make sure everything's plugged in now, because I'm definitely hearing it in both speakers on the TV, which is interesting, because I wasn't earlier. Wait, I have air tattoos in this? That is strange. Okay, so I'm gonna down mix that back to mono because it seems like it's coming in on stereo on my TV, but not in the GV USB. That's weird. All right, hold on. All right.
What? What the fuck?
Fuck. Perfect? Really? Oh, don't you patronize me, Ryu. Alright, here we go again. There we go. Fuck. Stop. No. I don't know why I'm having this much trouble for you. Fuck. How the fuck did you get out of that? He was in that dizzy state for literally all of a second. Gotcha. Ha! I read him like a book on that one. What? Oh, come on! Wow. Ryu is just being a pain in my ass tonight. I gotta remember to do that more often. Damn it! Yeah, I guess that's one way to interpret it. Oh my gosh. Gotta go to bed. No worries. I don't know how much longer I'll be doing this for. I just feel like playing some Sega Genesis games tonight. I have certainly accomplished that. Gotcha. Check out the HMB combo on Parents Discord. I'll have to check that out in a bit. Okay, yeah. I'll have to check that out. I've been lurking in there. I keep an eye on things. Fuck you, Ryu. Whew. I'll take that. I'll take that. Who's next? We're staying in Japan. Going right into E Honda. We're just squeak. Bullshit, you broke out of that. This game, man. All right.
Is that nice lab?
Yeah, nice, sick lab work, you fucking dipshit. Check this out. Fuck! I had him. Oh, hey, red fireball. Fucking really? What was that? fucking kidding me? I was trying to throw a Hadouken, not a Shoryuken.
I would have just punched him.
I wouldn't have gotten close enough. He keeps breaking out of those as soon as I get close.
After that, or use Hurricane Kick. It's much easier to pull off and head it.
Hey, Draken. Welcome in. Cool boy. What the fuck? Eat shit. What? I am being the cheapest Shoto known to man right now. Fucking finally. Okay, just gotta win another match. You ever consider how weird it is that the sign behind him lights up when that's clearly a painting on a wall?
This is Street Fighter.
And yet it's the weirdest thing in the game, right? Okay, there we go. Just squeak. Let's see what Blanca's gonna do to me. Alright, the answer is Blanca was gonna do nothing. Not that I'm complaining. Alright, Guile. Last of the World Warriors, and then we gotta move on to the bosses. These two are brothers-in-law. is she doing to that poor army man back there? Alright. On to the fun part.
You can humiliate a Street Fighter player by beating him using Dan. But if you want to even more humiliate them, beat him using Dan, finishing him off using the Hadouken at point blank range, so it just looks like you slapped him. The problem is in order to beat someone playing as Dan, you have to be really, really good at playing as Dan.
Alright, there we go. Man, maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm always impressed when the ladies back there keep their jiggle into a home port. Feels like the sort of extra animation frames that would have been cut, you know? But then again, I do consider this to be the best port of the 16-bit ports of Street Fighter. Alright. Boxer is down. Next up, I believe we have to fight Claw. We'll first have to do this.
Barrel. Yes. Ken's greatest.
I actually don't know what the best technique for this part is.
Ken's greatest enemy. Barrel. For you is car.
Alright.
True final boss.
Spain, okay, so now we have to do Claw.
Remember the true villain in Street Fighter 2? Car.
No, we know who the true villain in Street Fighter 2 is, because we know where he's going to show up. Alright. That's Vega down. Man, I should listen to Thorgy's Street Fighter 2 retrospective again. That's a fun one. Ow. Feck. Ugh. Come on. Don't you yodel me. What a bastard. Ugh. Okay. Round one to me. Ah. Man. That was a good fight, though. Alright. He's not even the frustrating one. The frustrating one's up next. The minute I get dizzied, man. Man, the minute I get dizzied, he goes ape shit. Fuck. Woo! That was clutch. That was clutch. Shut up, you little bastard. Got him. Alright, on to the actual final boss of the game. Oh, this is gonna suck. Alright, here we go. Oh, bullshit. Man. Fuck. Fuck. Man. Ugh. Good lord.
villains and always having big chins?
I don't know. The minute you get airborne. What? What was that? Aside from actual bullshit. Fucking kickboxers. Oh my god, I don't care. Okay, come on. I can take this guy. In a fight, right? Oh, I barely even scratched him there. Got him. Okay. Whew. Ah! That was close. It's the guy with the overheads. Ah. 99999. Ugh, eat shit. Alright. Okay. Alright, alright, alright. Stop. Oh, stop. Oh, behave. Gotcha. Alright, on to Bison. And it's like 11 o'clock, so I might call it after this.
Well, luckily, it's not like Alpha where you die here, you lose.
Alright, here we go. I usually play as Chun-Li here, so this will be fun. Did I just get styled on by Bison? Bison just cleaned her clock, put you to bed for some nap time. Seriously. You know what's funny? I don't think I've ever had this much trouble with him playing as Chun-Li. Playing as Ken, though, and going up against Bison. This is not a matchup I'm familiar with. Gone this far, though. I see no reason not to finish this. Difficult to do with Ken. I'm not surprised. My strategy here has to be completely different. Bison's over here like, strategy? That's cute. What difficulty you have to set on? Default. I didn't boost it up at all or boost it down. I just went with the game. I did boost it up to 4 stars of speed because I prefer playing at that level, but that's about it. It's 1, then Alpha, then 2. Yes. Then 4, then 5, then 3, then 6. And then everything else happens on alternate timelines. Like the Street Fighter EX series is its own thing. Started out strong. Fuck. Stupid Yasunori Kato ripoff. I'll get you yet. What the fuck? uh... I am so making some food after this. Yeah, there's no way you're gonna get a throw in on Bison. And now he's going apeshit because he doesn't want to lose. Woo! That was down to the wire. I'm totally losing the next round, but you know what? I'll take that. Ooh! Yeah, the computer did not like what I did in that last round. Oh, bullshit! Right in the sack, too. Are you kidding me? That was disrespect is what that was. Oh, hold on. Okay, if I can react fast enough, I can Hadoken him when he does the Psycho Crusher. That's something. I still need to watch Doomed Megalopolis at some point. The movies, not the anime. Fuck the anime. You know what this horror story needs that's super influential and is beloved by people? You know what we need to add to this? How about sexual assault and incest? What the fuck were they thinking? It's a shame because there's a lot of really cool stuff in the Doomed Megalopolis anime. I just can't get over the fact that they added that to it. Whew, man. Ugh, come on. on. We can get this. We can do this. Forever we can make this. I've made it this far. I'm not stopping till I finish him off. The computer says bet. Whoo. For a sec, you thought you were talking about Angel Sanctuary? No. At least Angel Sanctuary doesn't pretend to be about anything else. No. What I'm talking about is an anime that's an adaptation of a book that was already adapted into 2 very solid movies. It's actually a book series, but anyway. And they decided to make it edgier by adding content that wasn't anywhere in the original book. Do not watch the Doomed Megalopolis anime. Watch a compilation of the awesome violent fights on YouTube and leave it there. I'm gonna watch the live-action movies at some point, because those are supposed to be, like, really good. Every time I beat him, the computer's just like, excuse me? Okay. Stop that. Alright then. Man. Okay, Sega Genesis, Samurai Showdown. I should keep an eye out for that cartridge, honestly. That could be fun if I can find it for a price that I don't find absurd. No, I do not plan to start spending stupid amounts of money on cartridges just because I paid $54 for Mazin Saga. Mazin Saga was a special instance. Fuck! That head stomp is really annoying. Almost bought Angel Sanctuary on DVD from a thrift shop, read the summary online, and was like, hard pass. Yeah, Angel Sanctuary was made for a very, very, very specific audience, and most people are not that audience. I am also not that audience. I can't imagine being that audience. Hell, I have friends who are like Fujoshis, and I don't think even they would want to read it. Although, Angel Sanctuary, okay, maybe, I don't know. It's aimed at a very specific audience that I knows exists, and I won't say they're bad people, but It's definitely a weird thing they're into. Ugh. Fuck off, Bison. Really? I swear the computer does those on purpose. It's just like, and to finish you off, I'm gonna hit you in the nuts. Oh, man. And this movie doesn't have a guy going around sticking his knife into people. Peace. Woo! That was tight. Even if I don't win the next round, that was tight. How does that stomp even work?
See, that's the neat thing. It doesn't.
This asshole stomped me with literally only 2 feet off the ground. On the other hand, I have figured out a key part of my strategy here. Not only can I Hadouken him at places that are opportune, he's also seemingly pretty susceptible to throws. You were noticing that? As long as I can pull them off at the right moment. Like right there. When he's all up in my face, I can do those throws. That is a very important part of the equation there. Oh, hey, the Chaos Effect toys. Those were cool Jurassic Park toys. Hybrid dinosaurs way before Jurassic World started doing them. And started doing them way better than Jurassic World ever did. Especially considering Jurassic World's whole idea of hybrid dinosaurs was just, what if we put raptor DNA in everything? Fucking lame. For the record, I gave up on Jurassic World at the second movie. About the time I found out the little girl was a clone, yeah, I'm gonna spoil that flat out. Around the time I found out the little girl was a genetic clone, I tapped out. I was like, okay, no.
I've only ever watched the first Jurassic Park, so...
You can keep it that way, honestly. Only the first Jurassic Park's actually a good movie. The only other Jurassic Park things I would recommend checking out are the video games and the novel. The comics are okay. There are actually some pretty good Jurassic Park sequel comics that have far better plot lines than anything the movies ever tried to do. But what else is new with comics, right? I mean, shit. The entire Dark Horse Aliens line is a way better sequel to Aliens than anything we ever got. Hmm. They added some interesting stuff that slows things down. Hmm. Fuck. Ah! Oh, the Rev F8 was so long. Yeah. To be fair, I've never been a big fan of FF8 anyway, so, like... I don't need it. If there's Final Fantasy I want to replay, honestly, I want to replay 10. But before I even think about starting 10, I will finish 4 on the channel. I don't know when I'm getting back to 4, but we'll finish that. We made it to the moon last time, so, like, we're working on it. Oh, fuck off. Fuck right off. Oh, you said Final Fantasy 6? Oh, okay. 6, okay. The remaster, okay, like the Pixel remaster. Interesting. Okay, 6 is good. 6 is a good game.
I need to go back to 10 now.
I've heard the Pixel remaster of it's actually really good.
I don't know. I only got Pixel Reactor 3 because I knew it fixes a bunch of things and
3 is your favorite one, I'm aware.
Fuck! And the remaster fixed everything that could be fixed about the game.
Yeah, which only just made Final Fantasy 3 your favorite even more. That's interesting though, not a lot of people would pick FF3 as their favorite Final Fantasy. FF10 is a dumpster fire to you forever because of that horrible underwater polo game garbage. I ignore it as much as possible. I ignore Blitzball as much as possible. I had friends who absolutely loved the Blitzball segments. I did not. I wanted to focus on the story and the characters, which to me, the story and the characters on FF10 are still fucking strong. Like, that's the appeal of 10 to me. I don't care about Blitzball. Blitzball's stupid. But I love the characters, I love the story. I love the aesthetics. I've been on a bit of a 2000s binge in terms of my my aesthetics lately, although not the general public 2000s. For me it's been the my 2000s essentially. What kind of defined that period for me? Even though I was like a kid at the time and wasn't even playing a lot of these games, it was kind of like what people around me were into, what seemed interesting to me at the time, that sort of thing. So I've been going back and checking out a lot of stuff like that. Before I even think about starting 10 up, once we have our schedule clear enough to do another RPG, I want to start back up, not even start back up, I want to start Tales of Symphonia. I bought that game specifically to stream on here. Also bought it so my little sister could play it because she was interested. Yeah, yeah, it's not mandatory outside of one mission, so like, yeah, I can go the whole game ignoring it. And I don't feel like I'm missing anything for doing that either. It's there for the people who wish to engage with it. I feel the way I feel Tales of Symphonia. Tales of Symphonia is the one I want to replay again. That's super nostalgic. Yeah. As for Blitzball, I feel about Blitzball the way I do about the card games in 8 and 9. And I know people love, what was it, Tetramaster in 8. People love that stupid card game. I do not give a shit about it. And I never will. So yeah, that's how I feel about Blitzball and those card games. I lump them all together in the same thing. I prefer the stupid, endless mini games in Final Fantasy VII to all of that. Genuinely. Those mini games that everybody hates in 7, I prefer those. Give me a G-Bike, give me Chocobo Racing, like, give me that weird rock, paper, scissors VR game. Give me the roller coaster segment. You'll play this so you get a summons, that is a prize, yeah. 7 had the best minigames. It's funny, because that's a commonly criticized part of 7, is the overabundance of minigames. And, like, I get it, but I would happily play any of those over the card game segments or 10's Blitzball segments.
I thought 7 improved its minigames rather well.
There's a lot of people out there who complain about them. But then again, there's a lot of people out there who complain about 7 as well. It feels almost like an overcorrection for 7. Because, like, for the longest time, 7 was like, oh, it's the best game ever. It's the greatest game. It's the best Final Fantasy. And then you have the pushback on it actually being like, no, 7's not that great. So you have a bit of an overcorrection here where now people act like 7's not even that good. That's just my perspective, though. I know there's a lot of people there who feel like 7 has been at the top of the throne for so long that it deserves to be knocked down a few pegs. I get that. Personally, as somebody who did replay 7 as an adult after... It's weird, because as a kid, I loved 7. Like, dearly. It was one of my favorite games. I should not have been playing it as young as I was. I learned to read at the age of 8 just so I could play Pokemon and Final Fantasy VII. That is a genuine fun fact about me. I should not have been playing 7 at the age I was, but yeah, I learned to read at the age of 8 so I could play it. Then I grew up loving the game, and then around my teenage years, I started to hang around people online. I started hearing different opinions about it. I started hearing people who were like, it's actually really overrated. Cloud's like super emo, and like the story makes no sense. It's really overcomplicated, so it's not actually that good, and you're just nostalgic for it. And I bought into it, actually. I used to go around saying, yeah, 7's overrated. It's not that good. And then I finally replayed it as a full-grown adult. Because, you know, at that point, you've mellowed out a bit. You're not as pig-headed as you are as a teenager, right? So I replay it as an adult. And I realized, no, this game's just as good as I remember it being. Maybe even better. And I think that is the exact opposite experience a lot of people have when they go back to replay 7. Because 7 has a lot of gameplay flaws. And its story does have some moments that are just not great. There's even some translation issues. Like, you know? 7 has problems. But for me, when I went back and replayed it as an adult, it was even better than I remembered it being as a child. I love the game from start to finish. I will be a ride-or-die fan of 7 for my entire life because of that playthrough. And this was before I started streaming, so this was just me in the game. So, yeah, I do consider 7 to still be one of my favorite games ever made. I consider it to be one of the most important video games ever made. It's got issues, but it is something that I think everybody who likes RPGs should give a try, you know? It's not even my favorite Final Fantasy either. My favorite Final Fantasy is 4, although my recent replay of that on stream has definitely sobered me up a bit on some of the more frustrating moments in the game. It'll always be my favorite due to nostalgia, but I will say 4 I have cooled down a little on.
Yeah, I need to beat 4 right at the end of it.
You get the hype with 7. For me, the best FF games are 4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay, 4, 5, and 6. 7 you did enjoy, but it was not your favorite, and honestly, we could have left out Aerith in the game and story would still work. Huh, that's an interesting take. I kind of agree with you on the idea that Aerith was specifically invented because, Sakaguchi wanted to have an emotional moment in the game. He wanted to have a death that wasn't telegraphed, essentially. I believe the way he said it was he wanted to have a death that didn't feel like a Hollywood death, which sounds weird given that her death is spectacular and over the top, right? But then you consider how it happens. Do not argue with me on this, okay? Aeris's death is not something you necessarily see coming. Like, you might be able to go, oh, she's gonna die. She's totally gonna die. But the exact moment when it happens, you don't know. It's one of those things where it's just like, oh yeah, things are going on, things are heating up, and then she's gone. When she died, she was so annoying throughout. Oh, you don't like her as a character. Ooh. I love Aerith, so we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that. Red 13. Oh, Red 13's cool. My favorite Final Fantasy VII character is Barret, actually. Barret's awesome. That's the slow motion button. I did not mean to press that. Although that is pretty funny. Fight! 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 I'm trying! I'm trying! Please, don't kill me! Don't use your magic on me! Barret is such a fun personality, he's a joy to play. Yeah, love Barret. I have not played the Final Fantasy VII Remake, to be clear. You're gonna have to look for it, man. I don't know. I just got my ass kicked by Bison again.
I should really just... His head falls off far too easily.
Yeah. You know what's another Final Fantasy I'm actually super fond of? The very first one on NES. I really like Final Fantasy 1. I have never played any of the remakes of it. I've only ever played the NES original. I have no intention of ever playing any other remakes of it. I don't care how good they are, how much they improve the game, how much more fun they're supposed to be. I don't need them. I'm gonna play the NES version and that's it. I love FF1.
I played the WonderSwan version.
You did, actually, yeah.
It was pretty good. At least to the point I got to.
Yeah, I love FF1. FF1's fun. Is it broken? Is the NES version broken? Yes, absolutely. There are some really bad glitches in it. I don't care. It's still fun to play. You remember playing the FF7 demo that came with your PS1 and had fun with Barret being there? Barret's just cool.
Well, whatever you do, never do a team of white mages.
That'll never work. What else is there when it comes to Final Fantasy? I played Final Fantasy Tactics a lot as a kid. Advance. I never actually had Tactics on the PS1. I know that's like a fan favorite. I do own Tactics now. I just haven't had the time to play it yet.
I've actually played it a lot more than I have Advance. And honestly, I might like it more than Advance.
No, the original Final Fantasy Tactics is a fan favorite, and I believe it's a fan favorite for a reason.
Then again, I really like the customizability of characters in that, and 5 had that too.
Well, you've always liked customizing your characters. You remember the demo disc with your PS1 had FF7 and one of the Bushido Blade games on it? Man, I almost bought Bushido Blade at the shop. They had it in its case for $30, which is a great price. I was going to buy it, straight up. And then I saw Persona 3 for $40. And then I saw Mazin Saga. And at that point, it was like, yep, those are the games I'm picking up. I had to put Bushido Blade down. If it's still there, though, when I have extra money, I will probably end up picking it up, because I really want Bushido Blade.
I am a sucker for games that have...
Fuck.
I am a sucker for games that have class change.
This is getting ridiculous.
Having the class change mechanic and, you know, when they do have it, the ability to give other classes an ability from another class.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that's always fun.
Really fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, I find it more fun than the Materia system. Don't get me wrong, the Materia system is great, but
Okay, Battle 64. Street Fighter 64.
It'll never happen.
I kind of wish it had, just because it would have been really funny. Street Fighter 64 probably would have just been a Nintendo 64 port of EX, though. PS1 Tactics is good. You've only played the advanced one for a few seconds while testing. Yes, Final Fantasy Tactics Advance is very good. It's a little lighter than Tactics on the PS1. Tactics on the PS1 takes itself very seriously. Advance, not as much. It's also set in the version of Ivalice where you have like all the extra races from Final Fantasy 12. So you get like the Viera, the Mughals, the Banga. Yeah, you get all of them. Bushido Blade games were the most accurate Japanese sword fighting you said to see out there. We don't have Bushido Blade, but we have another game made by the same people. Can you get it off the shelf for me? Here we go. We have Kengo, Master of Bushido. This right here is a piece of poverty legend. Is it a good fighting game?
Debatable.
It's debatable. Do me and my brother love playing Kengo? Oh, hell yeah. We love that game. We don't care if it's good or not. Whew. Let's try Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. You know what my favorite Final Fantasy actually is, though? And I don't want to hear this bullshit, okay? I want to hear the bullshit because I know what's coming when I bring it up. My favorite Final Fantasy Adventure on the original Game Boy. Yes, I know it's the first Mana game. Shut up. Because here's the thing. Is Final Fantasy Adventure Seiken Densetsu 1? Yes. But it is Seiken Densetsu Final Fantasy Gaiden. It is a Final Fantasy spin-off in every way possible. It features a lot of Final Fantasy iconography. It features Final Fantasy, like, terms and names. It's I don't know what else you guys want. It's a Final Fantasy spin-off. It counts. I don't care that it's the start of the Mana series. It has Final Fantasy in the title in its original Japanese release. Okay? This isn't like me going, oh yeah, Final Fantasy Legends 2. Okay? That I will accept doesn't count because it's Makai Toshi Saga 2. There's no Final Fantasy in its original title. This is a legit Final Fantasy spinoff. I won't hear another word about it. And that's my favorite Final Fantasy, actually. I've also played Sword of Mana, the remake on GBA. I love that game just as much, too. I have not played the 3D remake Adventures of Mana. I don't know if I ever will, but it's cool. Final Fantasy Legends, your favorite GB Final Fantasy game. Legends 2 is so good.
Yes, it is. And I still need to beat the final boss. Because that guy...
Oh, man.
That guy.
You're just like, I'm gonna get that guy. Oh, yeah. No, Legends 2 is phenomenal. Yeah, no. I love those games. Those are so good. I love the Game Boy, guys. Like, to be very clear, I love the Game Boy. I know I'm standing up now so you guys can see me. I adore the Game Boy, okay? It has some of the best games ever made on it. It is highly underrated, especially in the modern day. To this day, I still see people who think of the Game Boy as being full of, like, a lot of throwaway ports of bigger games. And that is so far from the truth. Like seriously. There's so many great, unique experiences on the Game Boy. For example, the Mega Man games. A lot of people think that they are just remixed, downgraded ports of the NES games. They are not. The first few games, I will admit, are a bit more like that, but the level layouts are still unique. And they are very much their own experience. You even have exclusive content in each of them with certain bosses that you wouldn't fight in the NES games. And then, of course, you get to Mega Man 4 and 5 on Game Boy. Those are legit. Those are good. Those are original experiences, especially 5. You have the Final Fantasy Game Boy games, which are all great RPGs. You have, what are some other ones? If I could get out my collection right now, that would help. You know what you have on the Game Boy? Batman on the Game Boy? Ooh, that's cool. Favorite Castlevania games from the GB, and a lot of big other... Yeah, hold on. You know what's good on the Game Boy? You know what is severely underrated on the Game Boy? And I'm dead serious when it is. This is not a joke. Fighting games on the Game Boy. Alright? You might think fighting games on the Game Boy are bad. And that's because Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter 2 on Game Boy are bad games. MK1 and Street Fighter 2 on Game Boy are bad. No two ways about it. They are not good. By volume, most other Game Boy fighting games are pretty fucking good. Part of that's because a lot of them are ports of SNK arcade games done by Takara, most of them developed by Guybrain. Guybrain made several kick-ass Game Boy fighting games. KOF 95 is a little janky. KOF 90... No, is it 95? I think it's 95. Yeah, KOF 95 on the Game Boy is kind of janky. KOF 96 on Game Boy is fucking incredible, and you should play those. You should actually play those. Okay, so Street Fighter 96... not Street Fighter. King of Fighters 96. King of Fighters 96 is awesome. It's also known as King of Fighters Heat of Battle. Whatever version you find it as, play that shit. It's awesome. You know what else is good on the Game Boy? These are only in Japan, but they're worth playing. The ports of Fatal Fury 2 for Game Boy, which is the first of these groups. Fatal Fury 2 on Game Boy is great. But there's also a port of Real Bout Fatal Fury on the Game Boy. And it's great. It plays just as good as KOF 96. So there you go. 2 big recommendations. What's wrong with Street Fighter 2 on Game Boy? It is extremely choppy. They tried to make a Game Boy version of Street Fighter 2 that looked and played as close to the home versions as they could get. And that was a mistake. They shouldn't have done that. What makes a lot of these Game Boy fighters I'm talking about work is that they actively tried to make fighting game versions that suited the actual gameplay. Street Fighter 2 on Game Boy is incredibly choppy. It's not fun to play. I've tried. Anyway. So yeah, KOF 96, Fatal Fury, Real Bout. How about Samurai Showdown on the Game Boy? If you've been here, you know I mark out for this port. Samurai Showdown on Game Boy is actually incredible. If there's one complaint I make about it, it's that when you win a round, it does take a while to get to the second round because you get your character doing their win pose and their win quote, and you get the results, and then it goes to the next screen. It takes a while. That's it. That's the one issue with it. Other than that, it plays smoothly. A lot of the strategies you can develop in the arcade version work in the Game Boy version. And I love this. It includes all of the characters. There's not a single cut character from the Game Boy version. Super Nintendo had cut characters. Genesis version had cut characters. The Game Gear version had cut characters. The Game Boy version has every character from the arcade version. Earthquake, he's there. Wanfu, he's there. Who else was cut? Tam Tam is there. You know who else is there? 3 bonus characters you can unlock through a fairly hard to do secret code. I don't know. The secret code to make them work is kind of janky. I've gotten it to work, it's like a 50-50 if I'll get it to work. But if you put the code in, you also can play as the judge, Kuroko I think his name is. You can play as the guy who passes out items. And you can play as Amakusa. All 3 of them. Yeah. And they're all really cool. And one more fun feature of this game, every single playable fighter has an opening cutscene that plays that kind of gives you their backstory for the game. The Game Boy version of Samurai Showdown is excellent and is worth owning. There's also a port of World Heroes 2 Jet, and that one's pretty good. There is, let me think, KOF 95, 96, Fatal Fury 2 Real Bout, Sam Show. Oh, there's a port of Sam Show 3 that stayed in Japan. Samurai Spirits, something or other. I forget off the top of my head. But, yeah, Samurai Showdown 3 has a Japan-exclusive Game Boy port that's also really good. It plays like Sam Show 3. Like, that's fucking incredible. Takara also did a port, not of an SNK game. They did a Game Boy version of Battle Arena Toshinden. According to some people I have talked to, including people like my buddy Grant over at Neon Arcade, it is the best Battle Arena Toshinden. I suppose that opinion depends on how much you like Battle Arena Toshinden. But Battle Arena Toshinden on the Game Boy is really good. And finally, one more game made by Takara and Guy Brain for the Game Boy Color is a Beast Wars fighting game. And that Beast Wars fighting game is incredible. It was only released in Japan, but it might be the best fighting game on the Game Boy. So yeah, there you go. The Takara SNK line is really good stuff. And those are most of the fighting games on Game Boys right there. However, another fun fact. The Mortal Kombat 2 port on Game Boy. It ain't bad, actually. Mortal Kombat 2 on Game Boy ain't bad. MK3 on Game Boy goes back to being terrible, but debatably MK3 isn't even that good of a game, if you ask me. Just saying. But yeah, you can play Mortal Kombat 2 on Game Boy just fine. The port of Killer Instinct on Game Boy, I don't like the way it looks. Looks-wise, I think it's rough. Gameplay-wise, I'm impressed at just how much of that game still works like the console version. Like, that's a very smooth game. And get this, almost all of these versus fighting games I've been talking about on the Game Boy. As I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, welcome in, Octofox. As I was saying, these Game Boy fighting games, the Takara ones, Street Fighter 2 even, these all...
Lock up your daughters. Shoot your sons. This is the Rock, where rock and roll reigns supreme. Or we'll peck your eyes out.
How's KI Gold? KI Gold is good. It's the N64 port of Killer Instinct 2. It's not as good as Killer Instinct 2, the arcade version, but it's still good. KI Gold is pretty fun. If you enjoy playing KI, it works. I own KI Gold. I also own the Super Nintendo port of Killer Instinct. Fun fact, there's a prototype build of Killer Instinct 2.
And I'm not normal!
Do I have any Weird Al commercials? I don't think so. Anyway, what I was going to say, these Game Boy fighting games, the vast majority of them are Super Game Boy enhanced. So if you have a Super Game Boy, you can put these into your Super Nintendo and play them with enhanced features, like different color palettes, or, it's not bullshit, it's true. Different color palettes, sometimes you get special borders, like with Battle Arena Toshinden, and... probably my favorite thing about playing these using the Super Game Boy, you unlock 2-player support. No link cable necessary. If you plug these into a Super Nintendo, you get a fully functioning versus fighter. Me and my brother have played Battle Arena Toshinden and Samurai Showdown versus each other on this.
Of course, you still beat me in Samurai Showdown, but that's because I'm not good at that game.
Sam Show's my favorite fighting game. Come on, man.
I am, however, really good at Sam Show 6.
You know, we should play together. Street Fighter 2. Of course, we'll have to play it on the 3-button controllers because I don't have 2 6-buttons.
I mean, I'd have to play as Ken because Kemi isn't introduced until later.
Yeah, I mean, if you wanted to play Super, we could plug that in after I'm done streaming, and we can play Super on the Super Nintendo. Alright, hey, look at that. I've gotten my, gotten back in my chair. We are wrapping up for the night, huh? I need to beat Bison's ass. I am going to kick that son of a bitch Bison's ass so hard. The next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it. Now, who wants to stay here? And who wants to go with me?
Perfect. All of them? Well, not all of them. It's the cook.
Colonel Guile, have you lost your mind?
No, you have lost your balls.
What the fuck?
I love Street Fighter the movie. What a fun film.
Not a good Street Fighter movie.
It's a good G.I. Joe
But the
movie, though.
best-
Reload.
It's the best live-action G.I. Joe movie, that's right.
Shoot outside of the screen.
Ha! This is what I get for taking a break for a bit. It's not even Bison's best line in the movie. Ah, stupid Psycho Crusher. We're gonna get him, though.
Wait, if we're the bad guys, why are you helping him?
Because he paid me a lot of money.
You got paid? Yeah, I can't do his Zangief voice.
You
No
got...
matter how hard I try.
Quick! Change the channel! I don't care what Nostalgia Critic did. Feck. What the hell? My punch wasn't working for some reason. Oh, come on! I gotta beat this guy's ass so I can get out of here for the night. Come on.
Dungeons and Dragons is a real serious problem.
That is what they told me.
Yeah, but they often tried to cite Pokemon once they can, so...
I mean, with how Nintendo's reacting, would you really do that? Would you really think they weren't at this point? What, you think Nintendo's not in league with the devil of how they're handling the Switch 2? The system that bricks itself if it senses you even touching it wrong? Yeah, fun fact, there are people out there who have their hands on Switch 2s right now, and they're reporting that, yeah, literally every hacking attempt has failed and results in a bricked Switch that they have not been able to fix. So Nintendo's going hard on that. It'll be fun to see, it'll be fun to see what happens in court when some important person's Switch randomly breaks during regular use and Nintendo gets taken to court over it. I am trying to. Yeah. We killed. Oh my gosh, I kill the fight. I kill the fight. No, Bison kills to me. Okay. I see how it is. Damn it, we were so close. We were so close. Oh my gosh, he double dizzied me.
And Flitz.
No, no, Flitz is not invited to this. Fuck. Alright, there we go. Oh, Fatal Fury. Man, I should pick up some of the SNK, just, like, Genesis picks in general. Because they're all pretty good. There's some pretty good Genesis ports of SNK games. Ah. Stop hitting me in the balls, you bullshitter. Hey, Mystic Defender. I love that game. Damn it.
I can fix this.
You can't bring a gun to the martial arts tournament.
Who said I was emptying the tournament? I got nothing to lose. This gun I stole before I died.
You what?
I'll win. There is no way I can lose.
Yeah, that's kind of how this whole thing is felt. I'll have my revenge, though. You know, as a kid, I always thought it was funny that Ryu in this game, and then there was Ryu from Ninja Gaiden. I don't know, it's probably not that funny, but when I was a kid, I was always like, are they the same guy? Because they're both named Ryu, right? I was a stupid little kid. Damn it.
Bam. 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 Big ass
Big ass
motherfuckers.
motherfuckers.
That's in the Bible? Have you ever actually read the Bible?
I hope you know there's not a prize for playing all of those. You don't win anything by playing those. Huh. Feck. Do something for the rest of us, Octo. Yeah, I know, right? Again, I don't know if he's expecting something to happen if he plays them all, but no, nothing happens. There's no prize to be won, there's no giveaway being entered, these are literally just funny clips that can be played. That I have on cooldown timers so that they can't be spammed. Sega stream this pleases you. We've been doing one for about 7 hours now. I'm trying to beat Bison because we're right here at the end of the game, so what excuse do I have to not finish it? I don't remember if I have a UHF commercial. I need to wrap up soon. I just want to fucking kill Bison. Got him. Whew. UHF is the Weird Al movie from like the 80s. I watched it. It was fun. Like, fun movie. I just don't know why he's asking for that when we're on a Sega stream. That's what the commercials up there are supposed to be. It is a very funny movie, yes. Bison, you suck! I'm gonna go watch Pete's show and make food, and you're in my way. You son of a bitch. Anyway, Wire, welcome in. I might do another Sega Genesis stream because I didn't play nearly as many games today as I was planning to. Kind of got stuck on the ones I did play. We started off with Mazin Saga, since I now have a cartridge of that one, and it's one of my favorite Sega games. We made it to the end game boss rush on that one, but I couldn't get past that part. Then we played some Jurassic Park on Sega Genesis. Then we did Sonic 1. We got all the way to Labyrinth Zone on that. And then I decided I wanted to play some Street Fighter as Ken. And we've been kind of stuck on that for a bit. Ah! Finish JP, either path? Nope. Did not finish JP. I'd love to, like, do a, like dedicate a full stream to that, just to actually make it through it. I'd have to find a good excuse to. But it's, JP's actually my first, JP's actually my first, Genesis game. It was the first one I ever had. It was the start of my collection. Double Dragon and Street Fighter joined it very quickly afterwards, though. Oh my gosh. Oh, I fucking hate this guy. Just relaxing right now, that's good. And yeah, Bison with the Daichis, he's gonna drive me nuts. Well, I don't see how that would work, Sayla, since to play the paths, you pick which character you're playing at the start of the game. And there's no, like, proper save mechanic, so I don't think that would be the case. I do vastly prefer playing as the Raptor, but what else is new? Oh my gosh. I am going to murk you. Getting those throws in on him is a really good way to do some damage. Fuck. Yeah, a really good hack and slash samurai when you were younger that did that, hence why I asked. Was that Soul of the Samurai on PS1? Which I would very much love to play someday. You know what I'd also love to pick up at some point? I need to find Onimusha 2. I would really love to stream Onimusha 2 because I loved the first one. I streamed that on here a couple years ago and just had a lot of fun. Damn it. Hat. This is honestly the first time I've ever gone up against Bison and felt like he was really final boss material, because usually I play as Chun-Li, and I have a lot more trouble fighting Sagat. Here, though, Sagat was easy playing as Ken. Bison is giving me all sorts of trouble I never have with him. Fucker. See, that's what I've been trying to do. When you can get that to work, that's pretty effective. The problem is that Bison kind of has a get-out-of-jail-free card with the Psycho Crusher. Damn it. Oh, come on. Whew. They did not like those rental stories. No, they did not like those rental stores. Ugh. Oh my gosh. Fuck you. It is just some down and dirty brawling here at the end. Something that could be almost difficult like crazy at times. I mean, I do enjoy a difficult game. I mean, look at literally everything we've played today. Ooh. Thailand's major import is cheese. No, seriously. Ah. Oh, come on. No, you bitch. Yeah. Got him. Fucking finally. Ken! Oh my gosh, Eliza doesn't look like a stick figure here.
Fatality.
Oh, Eliza, what are you doing here?
Flawless victory.
I came here to find you. So we can be together again. Aw, that's sweet.
Well, that was quick.
Living the American dream there, Ken.
You are the very prevailer that protect right and justice. I would express my sincere thanks to you. Take good rest, General Kawasaki.
Get back on the
Get back on the couch. Thank you, everybody.
Not a stick figure. However, it was one frame, so it was one of those popsicles.
There we go. Capcom. Ooh, damn good game. To this day, man. Oof. All right, it is 12:43. I want to raid Pete's show at some point, but since Wire just got in, let's see if I can find something to waste time with shortly. Hold on here. Let me show you what I got, man. In my Sega Genesis pile. Back! Or I could drop them all over the floor. Good thing I just got a new carpet in here. I have too many cartridges to carry. Alright. So let's see here. What do we got? What do I got? Well, over here in the cases, we have my box Genesis games, which are Williams Arcade Greatest Hits and NHL 94. Those are always fun. Joe Montana Sports Talk Football, Pat Riley Basketball, NBA Jam Tournament Edition, Super High Impact Football, Tecmo Super Bowl, Championship Pro-Am, Street Fighter 2, we just played that. Forgotten Worlds. Mercs. Mercs is always a classic. Last Battle, otherwise known as Fist of the North Star, and Mystic Defender, otherwise known as Kujakuo. Jurassic Park. The Six Pack with Sonic, Revenge of Shinobi, Column, Super Hang-On, Golden Axe, and Streets of Rage. Target Earth, Double Dragon, and Lotus. I've always been a fan of the Genesis, honestly. Some good stuff here. Target Earth is another one of my favorites. I really should wrap up and raid Pete, though, because it's gonna get later. He already started at, like, 9, so, like, I should raid him instead of playing more games, honestly. This game rules, though. Alright. Man, I'm not gonna play this for much. Just kind of the first stage, because it's a good time. We gotta fight the off-brand Zaku's. Enemy warship has passed the D-line. Warship is 58 miles. Yeah. Rex, destroy that warship. And boom. The goose. That Thai cheese. Thank you for the clip. Oh, man. Yeah, I love this game. This game's awesome. There we go. That's a good score. Stage 2, escape. Yes, Miku, thank you. Now, this game is good, but they knocked it out of the park with the sequel on Super Nintendo. Cybernator just is one of the best games ever made, frankly. You want covering fire? You got it.
I think that nothing possibly wrong could happen. Nothing could ever go wrong. Right?
Nothing could possibly happen. Dun dun! Sharp! Basically, right? You can't actually kill that guy, so...
Nope, he just destroys your ship and then starts hopping around.
Like an idiot. Don't feel like to stay up on my account. You did want to say he was planning on doing the Quiet On movies on Thursday, but be warned it's 3 hours. Okay. Let me know when you want to get that started so I can kind of plan around it. I can't promise I'll be able to show up for the very start of it, but if you let me know when it's happening in advance, I will make sure to do that. Oh, shit. Shit. No, I didn't want it. Fuck. Okay, so...
Goodbye.
Damn it. You can actually get more points by waiting there for your allies. I'll have to do that in a future play, though. And you want to get as many points as possible in this game, because more points are how you unlock more weapons. So the better you play each stage, the better stuff you get. It encourages you to replay it and keep getting better. These parts are kind of janky, honestly. Fuck. Be around 6 PST or thereabouts, EST, so it shouldn't be too bad. That'd be around 9, so yeah, I can make that work. Yeah. I can make that work. 9 on Thursday. Alright, I will keep that in mind. I will let you know if something comes up that makes that not possible. But that should be fine. Alright, well there we go. That was a little bit of Target Earth, just for the fun of it. I would like to do another Sega Genesis stream at some point. Damn it, I gotta stop dropping these cartridges. Hey, it was Joe Montana Sports Talk Football. Anyway. Yeah. Alright, so that was a bit of a Sega Genesis stream, kind of just because I felt like it. But in order to do something else, oh, it comes up. He's back up here. Man, that soundtrack kicks ass. However, it is very loud, so turn off the TV and get everything back up where it goes. Oh man. Should also put Eternal Champions back up there. Alright, there we go. I don't know when I'm starting this, but I did pick it up, so I will be playing that at some point. I don't know if I'll be playing it on stream or not either. My plan is to wait until Lise starts playing Persona 3 Reload, and then I want to hang out with her and play Persona. I don't know. Sometimes I just want to spend time with my favorite person. That's all. Alright. Well then, everybody. I think that's it for tonight. Where's my phone? It's over there. You be here. You be... Maybe we... If you want to play some Super Street Fighter, we can plug in the Super Nintendo and do that after I stop. Movie request. Isn't that a porn movie? I'll have to go. Okay. I'm gonna have to go deal with that later. Anyway. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, it looks like yeah. Oh, is that Blast Fighter? No, that's not Blast Fighter. That's that what is that film? I forget. But yeah, that's gonna be what? All right, hold on. Here we go. Raid. Okay. There we go. Oh, that boy Danky, thank you for the follow. We are actually wrapping up right now. Alright, everybody. Well, I'm just gonna get out of here now. Sorry for leaving right as you followed. We'll be back some other time. I'm getting out of here to raid my friend. So I guess this is the part where I say my outro piece. So, this has been Quinn Michael from Shaggy Troll Studios, Channel 14, WNBI TV. We're high on Retro Junk. Like it or not, I'll be back next time. Let's go watch some fun movies over at Pete's. You're still here? It's over. Go home.